That's great coffee. How long in? Oh, great, perfect. We're here and we're live.
All right, we got our first key race alert of the night.
First key race alert.
Indiana, where a lot of the polls closed at the top of the hour. Take a look at this very, very early. So Donald Trump is ahead of Joe Biden, 68.3% to 29.7%. He's up by more than 3,000 votes.
Oh, man.
Indiana, we're going to get results. John,
right in time for that first key race alert, man. If it goes like that all night, Donald Trump's got 4 more years. Oh, my God.
The Indiana red on the map. If it ends that way, nobody would be surprised, right? It's a reliably Republican state. Let's pull it out. Let's just look at what we're looking at. It's always fun to get the first votes. Greene County gets that distinction.
Greene County
in the United States of America this year. 68.3 for the president, 29.7, about half
I like to
of the
use
vote
my
in.
hands. These are my
According to
hands.
that, again, this
I'm a
is
handyman.
one
This is my
county.
hands. I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm going to use my hands.
One of the things we're going to do throughout the
Use
night.
my hands.
That's 2020.
I'm going to use my
Let's
hands
go
throughout
back.
the
So
night.
we'll see when
I'm a
this vote comes
handyman.
in. Donald
Using
Trump
my hands all night.
75% if you round it up. 4 years ago.
David,
Sometimes we look at the
Dustin,
map,
David,
10,000 plus
David,
votes.
my heart is touched that you are here and joining us tonight, David, because I know this disgusts you, bro. Thank you for overcoming your fear, man, and coming and hanging out with your friends. I guarantee you a good time, bro. I guarantee you.
For 2016. It's one thing we're going to look
Debbie,
at.
Roger, Luke, Michael, David, of course, Dustin, Justin, like I wasn't going to notice you two. Justin, you guys.
This is Greene County. You come over
Rob,
here.
Luke, David, Alistair. Hey, from UK, Alistair.
This county.
Right.
It's one of the places.
God, that happened early in the show. What happened?
2016.
Oh, Billy's here. Hey, Billy. Hey, Ford Up. Hey, Justin. This is going to be good.
Even though Indiana.
Now, usually that moment of time lapse, it happens sometime later in the show, but it happened at the very beginning this time. Isn't that weird?
Back to 2020 though, because here we are in the here and now.
Justin.
Just one county here right now, but Indiana, reliably red. Mike Pence's home state. Nobody expects Indiana to go blue tonight, but it will teach us some things. Number one, you come up here to Lake County, Gary, Indiana.
Lake County.
African American turnout there. Are African Americans in a state they even know Joe Biden is likely to lose? Are they turning out?
Darren,
Right?
Daniel, Jonah, Jeff, what's up, guys?
Is he turning out his dynamic? One other thing you want to pull
out
here.
Me too, Jeff. I'm not participating in
And
it.
then come in here.
Not my fault.
Country down by county, and you come up through here. Here we go. I'm in the wrong place. I'll find them right here for you.
Ooh, John lost his place. That rarely happens.
One of the things we're going to look at tonight, I'll pull out the map, come to the entire country, is you see the gray areas. These are communities known as
bong ripping time. Yeah, I agree. It's time for some bongs up in here.
If you go back to 2016,
What is this?
Look, you see a lot of red.
Nobody does that anymore, pal. What is that, a Costa? Nobody does faces on Costas anymore, pal.
In Indiana, the state we're talking
Nobody even does it like that anymore, pal. Unreal.
This is one thing we're going to study all across the country tonight. So even though Indiana is likely to go red in the end, it will tell us, is Donald Trump in the suburbs, places like Hendricks County, 64% 4 years ago, no votes there yet. What does he get this time? This is one of the things we're going to watch throughout the night, not just in Indiana. You mentioned Kentucky. Kentucky comes up soon.
You don't get this kind of coverage anywhere else, guys.
Suburbs in here.
CNN brings that shit for elections, I'm telling you.
Well, then here we go. Let's pop and see them. Let's switch over to 2020. Let's come out of this here and close this up. And you see your first votes right here. South of Lexington, north of Bowling Green, Casey County. It's 0.4% of the population of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. But
Trump is destroying Biden so far. Destroying him.
Trump got 85% there then. So in these very early results,
it's crazy.
Very early results, he's essentially matching what he did both in this county here in Kentucky, that county there in Indiana. The president matching at the moment. Is that significant? We don't know. 2 counties. We got a long way.
Go back to Indiana for a moment, John.
Alien Overlord. Hey, 420.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Algae Bloom. What 420 Homestead? Tell me about it. Where's it happening at?
35th. Well, it's in the
Red Tide in Florida, bro. Again.
35th of 92 counties.
Look at the truck.
If you look at it,
truck is fixed. I fixed it. Thanks to y'all. Thanks to people like Jeffrey Barkley. Thank you, Jeffrey. The truck is fixed. And the button was stuck. I unstuck it and I lubricated it. They had just pressed the button in too far and it got stuck. It got jammed. I took a knife.
We're going to do all night long to try to figure out.
You would have been so proud of me, bro.
2016.
I was in and out of there in less than an hour. Had the whole thing fucking. Used some liquid wrench on it to loosen it up, and now I took it to a drive out to Dino's and back, and it's fucking perfect. It starts right up, man. It's fucking powerful. I was able to keep up with all the traffic. I wasn't, I didn't have to pull off the side of the road.
Map shifting. Even in, this is one of the things to watch at. When you have a president who lost the...
Okay, let's see. Check this, yo.
Last time, when you have a president whose approval rating is 45%, when you have a president who's managing, Democrats would say miss.
Don't you love it? Look how tall it is next to the Escalade. Look how much higher the seats are than the Escalade seats. Fucking love that shit. Could help. Yeah, Jeffrey, you definitely help, man. You calmed me down. You made me realize what the general sounds like something I can deal with. Show is currently unavailable, it said. Huh. It's the Russians. It's the Russians. The Russians are here. The Russians are stopping the show. We can't see it due to the Russians. It's the... Hey, J-Bone. Badass. Dude, that's clean, bro. Love it. Yeah, it's fucking clean. Oh, man, it's so clean. Wait till I get the big wheels and tires on there, bro. They're going to be 35s, I think. They're going to be big, fat fucking rims and tires, and they're going to stick out about an inch on the side. The whole... I don't know what's going on. They're having some kind of an issue here with the feed. So, usually it corrects itself. I can... Up there it goes. It looks like it's trying to reconnect right now. Let me see what kind of connections I have here. I seem to be okay. Let's do a bong rip. They're going to be all black rims with... They're like a 5-spoked rim. You know, like a star, like a black star. They look good. That thing's going to be bad as fuck. And because the guy that owned the little fucking stickers like that big on it. All right, no law regarding cannabis. Cannabis isn't just for all. Cyber style. Cheers, everybody. Let's see what happens with this fucking election today, huh? Okay, Sadie, when you get home. Mike Mitchell, hello. You're good now, Justin. What do you mean I'm good now? What is going on with this feed? We're having issues. I'm not dropping frames, am I? Oh shit, I'm dropping frames? Oh man, fucking the CNN's fucking with my connection, bro. Yeah, Jeffrey, everybody shows how to get more horsepower out of that motor. It's a very popular thing. Yeah, because the fucking CNN is dicking me over, dude. I don't know what to do. Here, I got an idea. Just bear with me, kids. Bear with me, kids. We'll have a feed here momentarily.
Your patients, right? This is an early vote count. We're just coming in. Other states are going to release. They're going to count the mail-in votes first, or the absentee votes.
Biden
first.
is winning in a county.
Flip that, do those last. So we're going to bounce around a little bit throughout the night, and we ask your patients. But if you look at this, Anderson County, Kentucky, the state we fully expect will be Donald Trump red at the end of the night. Joe Biden up. If you go back to 2016, this is a county. Donald Trump carried by a huge margin. 50 points.
Whoa!
4 years ago.
That is huge.
It's a place you watch, right? You're looking to see. Again, the results here are early. We have no idea. This could be one Democratic precinct. This could be early votes. We got a long way to go. But it's one of the things we will watch when we see aberrations on the map. When you see blue, where there's been traditionally been red. You see red, where there's traditionally been blue. You go and you take a look and you study. You look at it in the map. We talk to our reporters. So something to watch, again, because it's one of the suburban counties south of Frankfurt. We know the suburbs did turn on Donald Trump in 2018. So we'll watch that, see if it stays blue, see what the margins are in the end, see if it is a clue to what might come in other states as well. You see right now statewide in Kentucky right now, Donald Trump opening 2% in, but opening a lead. Again, you see 67% there just for the fun. 62% was his margin, his lead back in 2016.
So I'll update you guys. I'll keep my eye on it.
Well, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell on the ballot, expected to
Where's
win.
my
but
volume at?
sometimes we get
Here we go.
surprised on election night. We'll watch him. If you look up at Indiana right now, there's no blue on the map yet here. You're coming up here in the top corner. You know, again, these are tiny.
So he's giving some comparisons here. Steuben County, 60% Donald Trump, 37.4 Joe Biden. You know, this is no good unless I have it up on the computer. Let me try it again, guys. This is weird. I should have enough bandwidth for this. I probably have some other software that I can take care of, like take my cell phone off the router and shit. So let me deal with that. And let me pull CNN back up and see if we can make it work this time. Because it's not good if I use the camera. I mean, let me go turn my phone off. The router. It's not on the router. Okay, let me get this other computer off the router. Great. Shut that computer off. I am taking everything off the router that I can right now that I can think of. Okay, and now let me go back to CNN's live coverage here. Coverage. Let's go to CNN's live coverage. And we're going to be smoking. It's acting weird again. Is it dropping me frames? As it tries to load. 4095. 4095. 4095. Okay. Give it a second. I'm gonna start it. Resize it. And we might be okay. It might just start playing here for us. Cool? Good. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Election Coverage 2020 with Niz Garden, Bong Hits, and Dabs. We are going to be covering the election all night. So far, it looks like Donald Trump has taken an early lead in a lot of the states that they're reporting back in, but Joe Biden's got a lead in other areas. So it's really interesting, and CNN covers it really well. So as each county reports in, man, they grab them on CNN. It's a really good place to watch it. They're really. I wonder if it's gonna load. I wonder if it's gonna load though, man. Come on. I bet there's a lot of people watching, man. You know, the feed might be down because so many people fucking have overloaded it. You know what I could do? I could pull up somebody else's podcast that's covering it, like Pac-Man or Ron Placone or Graham Elwood or somebody that might be covering it, and they might have a better feed to it. CNN's is not working. Let's head on over to YouTube and see what I can pull up over there right now. You know? Hang in there, guys. Hang in there while my shitty bandwidth fucking reloads. Here, 65. Now I'm in some kind of a bandwidth fucking. Okay, that's okay. It's come back. Let me test my fucking bandwidth. Test my bandwidth here. Hold on. Huh. I got a ton of download. Isn't that weird? It's CNN. Is fucking... Dude. So all the goddamn website... Bro. My bandwidth is fine. It's all the goddamn websites are fucking down, bro. It's everybody's fucking trying to see what's going on. No, they can't handle all of the fucking people that are tuning in. Okay, I don't know who this is, but it says The Line. Let me just pull this up.
Fair. I've never. I mean, there was, you walked in and they divided you by.
Well, I guess we pulled up the right fucking broadcast. Look what this is, guys.
Divergence, and then they had other people who divided you by small sections based on the first letter of your last name, and they all went to separate rooms, and the lines wrapped around long hallways and corners and other corners, and it was just insane. Wow. Now, this is, of course, red state Oklahoma, so I have no illusions that it's not going to go for Trump. I don't know about Texas. I don't know, well, Austin maybe, but maybe you don't have this phenomenon, but we've got vehicles with Trump flags that are just driving the streets. I mean, it's like the dear leader sort of, the parade.
That shouldn't bother you. Don't let that bother you so much. I saw it today too. It doesn't bother me.
I'm excited. I felt good to vote, but I'm also, I'm a little weird. Like, what happens when Trump declares victory, but it's not an actual victory, and the people who've already been primed to believe it's a conspiracy and a coup decide that they are going to, quote unquote, take their country back. What does that even mean? I'm a little bit nervous about that.
Yeah, I'm even nervous about you talking about long lines in Oklahoma, because to me, long lines in Oklahoma on election days suggest that there's a big turnout for Trump.
Right. Mail in with advantage.
I'd be curious to see if I'm interested in the percentages. Like, it's never even close here. I mean, Trump is the great savior in this state, but I'm interested to see if there is, percentage-wise, a representation of the resistance, right? I mean, are we going to see a higher blue mark? Will that column represent people who finally did get fed up? What will that even look like? So I have no illusions. I mean, the game's over in this state, but are we seeing any sort of cultural shift, hell, a moral shift? And so that's one of the percentages I'll be watching closely tonight.
So, Vice Rhino, are you now able to hear everybody?
I am, yes. Thank you.
That's good. All right. Well, first of all, amazing to see your face. You are the first Canadian cancellation fill-in for the night. I like this policy. If somebody canceled, get a Canadian. Vice Rhino, what thoughts do you want to give? And then we'll pull up the map and get some people's thoughts on things so far.
Well, I think this is the most I have ever cared about an American election in my life. Like in 2016, I was kind of riding the edge of the anti-SJW crowd in 2016, so it was kind of like I was rooting for Hillary, but it didn't bother me that Trump won. But after 4 years, like I can't, like I never actually supported the guy, but I can't even imagine how anyone could possibly support him now. And I can tell you, if he hadn't done such a horrible job handling the pandemic and the borders were...
I don't want to listen to fucking just one-sided fucking political commentary. That's all these guys are doing. That's weird. We're not going to tell you how to vote, but we're going to sit here and fucking give you our goddamn slanted opinion.
I mean, once in Oklahoma, so...
No Trump supporter would wear this purple shirt. They would worry about it undermining their masculinity. I just want to point that out.
Man.
Oh, I've hit the wrong one.
I feel like I'm the underground. I feel like I'm part of the resistance. I'm in the rebellion.
Yeah.
Like I'm here, but I'm also sort of looking out over the wall, with a flak jacket on and a helmet kind of deal.
Well, let's pull up again the reminder of how we got here. This is the 2016 map. We aren't ready to call any states. Early results right now do show Indiana and Kentucky leading for Donald Trump. Okay, I mean,
Not really shocking.
yeah. I can't say that I'm shocked. I always expected him to win Kentucky because if he lost, this was a joke about how he does 70% of the business by himself for Kentucky Fried Chicken, but I didn't get all the words together in time. So that was the direction. Everybody at home, if you would do me a solid, laugh as though I made it all come together. That I would appreciate. This is the 2016 map that we are looking at. This is the Hillary Clinton map versus Donald Trump. Seth, any thoughts on things you expect to shift, things you expect to change, and anything that can make any of us feel more hopeful about the outcome of the night as we're going? The first results are coming in.
I don't know, Dave. It could be Trump, bro.
So,
Well, I mean, if you're asking me for an expert opinion, I'm not. I'm like everybody else. I'm standing wide-eyed, and it's like that Picard meme where it says "damage report." And the truth for me is that long after Trump is gone, the millions, the tens of millions of enablers, the people who actually looked at this sociopath, the malignant narcissist, the predator, the corrupt serial liar, the
420 Homestead. Listen very closely to me, okay? Are the Dems taking your guns away? Do you still have your guns? So I know the answer to that question. So why the fuck are you making a non-issue your fucking mountain to stand on, bro? Really? A non-issue? Nobody's taking your fucking guns away, and that's your fucking issue, bro? There, you just got called on your bullshit. Welcome to Nate's Garden, bro.
person who used other people, who actually made cruelty a moment by moment attribute.
No law regarding
of the
cannabis.
United
Cannabis isn't
States,
just for all.
our
Cheers, everybody.
presidency, our identity, and people cheered it. Long after he's gone, the people who enjoyed it and enabled it and celebrated it remain. I've come to the conclusion that we are at least two nations. We're certainly not a United States of America. We probably never will be again. And so Trump, for me, has been like the black light at a crime scene. He has really revealed many of the problems. He has given voice and made to feel empowered the worst parts of ourselves. And you see the split happening because there are those of us who see the rise of an authoritarian. And we see also, I think, how religion has primed many of his supporters for authoritarian thinking. They respond to an authority with a capital A. And much of this thinking starts with the idea that God brings the Savior. He is the chosen one by his own words. And then they can sort of shut off their moral reasoning centers and line up in obedience. And this authoritarianism and this obedience is actually primed in them religiously. So when Donald Trump acts like a king instead of a president, when he can just eschew the entire democratic process and say, you know what, I'm going to do it my way, I'm going to break the rules because blah, 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 they think, well, he's divinely appointed and he's working on our behalf and he really is a great American. They see him wrap himself in the
in the flag like some fucking kind of a flaggot. Sorry to all my gay friends out there.
I know that.
Thanks, Vice.
Yeah. Andrew Steidel, who will be joining us later tonight, a lawyer, legal mind extraordinaire, he describes what's happening right now as the death throes of Christian nationalism. That it seems very much worse than it is because it's the last thing they have. That once we get past this, now we deny them power until they're non-existent. So I perhaps have added that last part. But the first part being Andrew's thing, being about the death throes. So I'm hopeful that that is true. I'm not opposed to having a political right in the country, but Christian nationalism, I'm not even opposed to having Christianity, despite being an atheist, which for some reason people think that is what we want. I'm not opposed to having Christianity still in the United States, but Christian nationalism, I absolutely am. So I'm hopeful that that Andrew is right in his assessment that these are the death throes, because that's the most ideal. If there's a way to describe what's happening now, that's the one I can pull the most optimism from as far as what comes next.
Didn't Seth, didn't you just do a video on this? Like,
Yeah, I called it the last days of Christian nationalism, a power and panic. The last days, and I don't mean literal last days. It was sort of a play on words, like, you know.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. I released a speech that essentially went through how the evangelical right and the Christian nationalists have gone on what Nick Fish at American Atheist called a power grab. So, you know, it's stacking the courts and it's throwing zealots into our key positions of power and it's waving Bibles and dog whistling the evangelicals, etc. But much of what explains this right now is the fact that they are panicked about the demographic shift in the United States. And at some point, the constituents, the politicians, the congresspeople, the president, vice president, etc., are going to be more representative of a less religious constituency. And that freaks them out, right?
God, these guys are so fucking boring to listen to. Oh my God. They're so fucking boring.
Privilege, and they are going to be forced to not just give us the scraps, but share the table equally with the rest of us.
It's like they love the sounds of their own voices so much.
They are freaked out.
They want to talk so bad.
Now, they're a cornered animal. I think in many ways at this moment, they're extremely dangerous. And I have real concern. I mean, I have concern about physical safety. I wonder if some of these armed MAGAs are going to simply decide it is revolution.
Oh, come
and
on.
They are going to take their country back.
Oh,
and before you know it, you got rifles being fired into the sky or at each other. What happens then? I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, but I don't know. Does anyone else share that concern?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
One of the things that freaked me out was when Walmart announced they were done selling guns. They were so worried about what was potentially coming that they were going to stop selling guns. And my brain went to, hang on, isn't that the reason that you've been justifying selling guns forever in Walmart? Is so I have the ability to defend myself, and because of my Second Amendment rights to protect myself against an oppressive government. And now you're so afraid that that's likely to happen that you stopped selling guns? Hang on, Walmart, what's going on here?
The main reason I am afraid of it happening is because the thing the right does before they do something is accuse the left of doing it. And that's what we've been getting. Violent revolution is coming, a huge overplaying of both what the Black Lives Matter protests have been about, how many have had any kind of vandalism or violence results, and what's actually occurring during them. They are telling us we're preparing for violent revolution just the way they do with literally, I mean, consider the fact that in the Obama years, it was, this is a man who thinks he is king and rules by executive order. So you know what we'll go do? Find somebody so authoritarian that that's who all of his best friends are. We'll find somebody who's not just going to work with Kim Jong-un. We'll find somebody who's going to sleep with Kim Jong-un. Like, that's we talked about it earlier, the projection, the fact that they're saying we're about to have a violent revolution tells me what their next move could be.
I mean, Chad said that Walmart won't stop selling guns, but move them to the back. That may be the case. I don't see that it's any different. The point is that they're trying to make things a little more difficult when the scenario they've used to sell guns for decades is happening.
I know Vice has been waiting as I've been blathering on, but let me throw one more thing out. And I wrote about this in my book, Confessions of a Former Fox News Christian. There have been studies done about people who, and this is worldwide, who trend toward conservative voting. And there are many exceptions, but the trends show that globally, not just in the United States, the people who tend to lean more into a conservatism like the evangelical right personally tend to be more attuned to fear messages. The amygdala fires up. They are more prone to in-group symbols. They are more protective. They're more tribal. They travel less. They experiment less. They're more afraid of foreigners and the immigrant, etc. So what you have then is an entire culture of people who have fortified. Donald Trump's wall then for them becomes a national symbol. That's why it resonates with them, because they respond to walls and these sort of protective in-group things. And they also respond to fear language. which is
Right.
what Donald Trump is so freaking good at. He just throws scare words at socialism, blah, 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 Antifa,
Dude, they got the
and people
slow mode on.
immediately
It's
batten down the
bullshit.
hatches and rally behind the person they perceive to be the strongest. And I just find it's interesting to see that trend. And as long as those people remain in a fearful state, they're going to make decisions based on irrational fears. And that's no good for anybody.
Totally agree. Vice?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's this looks to me like, as Seth said, the religious nuns are a rising demographic, and like it just seems like everybody else is terrified of that happening, so they got to cling to what they're doing, or they got to cling to their Christian nationalism. Yeah, as far as the symbols go, one of the things that kind of surprised me was when Trump built the wall around the White House. Like that, to me, like I kind of get it. That's him saying that, like, oh, the left wing is dangerous, so I need to fortify the White House to protect myself. But like, it looks like a cowardly move. I don't see how they're not seeing that. Like, I get building a wall around your country is one thing, but like to build it around your house because you're afraid of the peaceful protesters outside, I don't see how people aren't seeing through that.
He can't really claim a show of strength against the left when he also had to go hide in the bunker. I mean,
I don't grant him that one because,
it's
any
not
president in a situation where there is the potential for violence right outside the White House,
I'll see
Secret
if
Service is
CNN
gonna
works
come and
again.
list
Let me
the
try.
bunker. They're not going to give him a choice.
He then the next day showed how many weapons he has when he did his little stormtrooper walk, and I'm not talking about the ones from Star Wars.
Anybody else find it ironic that the people who are screaming without real data that the United States is #1 on the earth in pretty much every category, we're the greatest nation in the earth, also believe they have to stockpile AR-15s in case they have to rise up against their own government?
Right.
I do not understand. We're the greatest country on the face of the planet, and we have to be ready to rise up and fight it.
These people that are planning on potentially having to rise up against an oppressive government, they're the ones that when protests started happening, instead of joining the protest, which had legitimate concerns about authoritarianism and the treatment of the citizens by government agents and the police force and stuff like that, they were the ones going to protect the government buildings with their AR-15s.
Blah, 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 these guys.
I think we have shown that there is an academic failure on the U.S.'s part to teach.
I mean, do you really think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to go in there and fix shit? They have a live ticker that I might be able to just display the live ticker. If this keeps up with the bullshit, you know? Those guys are so fucking boring and one-sided. They're all atheists. I understand that. I am too. And I understand that they don't like Donald Trump and that they're all voting for Joe Biden or whatever. That's cool. But you guys, you're sitting there bashing all Republicans.
He should win tonight.
It's all you're doing. You're grouping them all together. As
this is his third.
You know, you're finding anecdotal incidents and you're saying, "Oh, there's people driving trucks around. Oh, they're gonna grab their guns." Well, they haven't grabbed their guns yet. You shit talkers. You fucking fart sniffers. Love the smell of each other's fucking farts, motherfuckers. The electoral map is 0-0 right now. Am I dropping frames as this tries to load? CNN just won't work. So I'm thinking we'll go back to their ticker. Here, it's trying to load one more time. I'll just wait and see what it does, because it's doing exactly what it did last time. It appears to be a Trump landslide victory.
On the walls, the White House, but we did just hear from the campaign manager, Bill Stepp.
Whoa. Biden's
held
leading
call
in
with reporters.
Kentucky.
And Jake, before these polls have even closed across the U.S., they're expressing optimism in what they are seeing. Of course, this is just from the Trump campaign. This is their view of things. But so far, they say they feel good about it. And of course, the question is, what are they seeing actually in these states? They did say one thing, Jake. They believe in Florida that if these early votes are counted, they believe it's going to be in Biden's favor, but will later shift to their favor. And one thing their senior advisor,
Dude, Biden is leading in Kentucky? Lugnut, is that your landslide victory, bro?
Of course, Jake, if you were at that election night party for Donald Trump 4 years ago,
is that your landslide, bro?
A chance of winning the election, so that's not really saying much. But
it appears to be. Dude, Kentucky is a massively Republican state.
It's going to be a tight race, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much.
That's hilarious.
Let's go to David Chalian now. He has some new exit polls.
Okay, here we go. Exit polls, guys.
Jake, looking at these two key states coming up, Georgia and Virginia, it's fascinating how much they look like.
Look, they give you a guy who's a jollier, fatter Jeffrey Toobin, who doesn't jerk off on Zoom chats.
Racial inequality.
You gotta love it. He's a jollier, fatter.
14%. And which is more important to do now?
He's a more tubblier Toobin.
The economy in Georgia,
he's a Toobin tubby. They got a Toobin tubby to replace Jeffrey Toobin.
Virginia looks similar.
He's a fatter, happier, jollier Jeffrey Toobin.
Of the whole electorate. No
same glasses, same hair, same suit. He's just got 50 pounds on him.
That's all included in these preliminary
maybe 70 pounds on Toobin. I think he's got 70 pounds on Toobin. He's a fat fuck, that guy right there.
Racial inequality. 23% say that was the most important issue. And coronavirus places third here again in Virginia, 17%. Again, we asked, which is more important, containing the coronavirus or rebuilding the economy? This is what we see nationally. It's what we just saw in Georgia. A slim majority, 53% of Virginia voters in this election say containing the coronavirus is a higher priority than the 42%
Virginia.
All right, David Chalian.
Bro, that's crazy.
We are waiting for it.
These are fucking states, bro, that are usually all red.
Are going to start reporting actual votes. Florida, obviously,
it's fucking anybody's game right now, guys.
Former senator and current senator, former governor Rick Scott.
Let's do Newfoundland.
It is a 50-50 state, and it's just a matter of who gets their voters to the polls.
And sources in both campaigns are telling me it is so incredibly tight. Democrats I'm talking to say that they feel better about the
This is the stuff I love about CNN, is they track all the shit on screen.
Looks like it could
be. You know, if Blinky Blinkerson.
Look, this is exciting. This is the first time we're going to see.
If Blinky Blinkerson comes on and you don't want to hear Blinky talk and you just want to watch her blink around and just blink a lot and talk and blink and blink and blink and blink, and you could just keep this up right here, and you could just turn the volume on when they have Toobin Tubby, T-U-B-I-N, not Tubing, but a Toobin. Jeffrey Toobin. Toobin Tubby. He's a Toobin Tubby. I'm an innovator. I'm a comedic innovator. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here. I was saying that guy was a Jeffrey Toobin lookalike a long time ago. If you guys pay attention, I say that shit. I'm all over that shit. Anyhow, when the big words flash across, like right this, when the words flash across the screen like that, you know, that's when you want to pay attention, because it'll be like, update, you know, it'll be like, this is coming in, blah, blah, blah. So you will just watch, and then when we see shit happening, man, we'll fucking act on it. Bo Flow, in the meantime, I'll give you guys the Bong cabinet. The Bong shelf back there. Seth 844 says Biden 2020. How long do you think till they have an answer? I think we're gonna get Megsy. I think we're gonna know here real soon what the general consensus of the country is. I mean, we've already seen a couple of counties that were solid Trump that are now not as solid Trump. So there is a push away from Donald Trump. Now what they're offering, hey Craig, now what they're offering to replace Trump is a horrible, it's a horrible choice. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Where's the chat? Isn't that interesting? There you guys are. I'm sorry.
Who's going to win the presidency and who came out to vote. Let's start in Florida. We will get the first wave of votes here. This is one state where the Democrats had a slight edge, but not as big an edge as they had in other states in early voting. So let's watch when those results come in. We know the history here, but let's go back to the 2016 map to do it. Florida is always close, a point or two either way, 49 to 48 if you round up 4 years ago. Absolutely critical for the Democrats down here. Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade. Democrats have to run it up there. President Trump has to repeat what he did 4 years ago. We've been talking about this a little bit in the earlier counties, but just look, this is Georgia and Alabama. Northern Florida votes like the South. And so you look here in these counties, 57% here. You move over here as you come across 63% here. Small counties, not a lot of people, but this is the key to the president. Run it up in the small counties and get the math. And when Florida's close, it comes down to the I-4 corridor. And what we're going to watch for tonight is this. Number one, Democrats in the suburbs. You think of Orlando as a recreational place. Yes, it is. But you have Latinos. You have growing suburbs. Orange County. Hillary Clinton carried with 60% 4 years ago. What does the president do there tonight? What does Joe Biden do there tonight? You move over here. Wolf, remember election night 2016. In the middle of our count, early in the night, I had a call from a Democrat working the ground here in Pinellas County who said, "We are bleeped." I won't say the word on television. Pinellas County went red, not by a lot, but you see it going right there. That'll be a key thing if you go back to Barack Obama's win.
See, and that's what I like about John King.
The Democrats get the
he fucking knows all this shit. He's the guy to listen to during these elections. Because he remembers all this shit, man, and he brings it all up.
29 electoral votes. The president cannot win re-election without him.
He's like a Rain Man of elections.
Florida, and then we move just up to the north, a state that we haven't talked about.
Style, top of the hour, no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody.
Has been so red.
Cannabis tisms for all.
The Democrats carried this state. The big test here. Do African Americans turn out in Atlanta? And how do the Democrats do in the suburbs around Atlanta, around Columbus, in Augusta? You see all of this red on here. Absolutely. And Republicans are suffering under his leadership in the suburbs, Wolf.
We're just moments away, John, from the first big round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 6 states with 60 electoral votes at stake. We're watching all of these states, especially the battleground state of Georgia, for early clues about where the race may be heading tonight. All right, we have our first projection of the night. CNN now projects President Donald Trump will win Indiana. Trump beats Biden in Indiana, wins its 11 electoral votes.
There you go. Trump takes an early lead, and we're up.
Right now.
5 and a 15 quarter 2, 2 and a 15 quarter 1. We got both presidents going here. 2 and a 15 1. 5 and a 10 yes average 2 in the knees guard. 5 and a 15 2. Let's go. Come on, people.
Electoral votes at stake in Virginia.
It's on. It's a race.
Right now in South Carolina. 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. Too early to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. Too early to call in Vermont. 3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Donald Trump has 11 right now. Biden has 0. Remember, you need 270 to win this race for the White House. Let's get a key race alert. Right now, we'll start off with Kentucky. Right now, 12% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of about 9,400 votes.
Trump's taking
over
the lead
Biden.
now.
Look at this, 50.9%.
Look at the way it varies as those counties come in.
For Biden in Kentucky, 8 electoral votes once again at stake in Kentucky. Let's go to John King over at the Magic Wall.
That's like right Biden's going to win it.
We're looking at the suburbs in
Mr.
Kentucky.
Slowski. Hey,
John,
Mr. Slowski.
What's going on,
Slowski? Hey, everybody, it's Mr. Slowski.
Let's not get
Mr. Slowski's here, everybody.
Right. We know that this is disproportionately early vote, but we also know that we learn lessons from states. And again, you've just projected Indiana. That's the first state, 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You got to get to 270. He has the first 11 we've projected tonight. Now we're looking at the Commonwealth of Kentucky, expected to be red. The Senate Majority Leader is up for re-election there as well. But again, we're looking for clues, right? When we come here, so Fayette County, this is Lexington, the suburbs.
Everybody's starting to go live. I love it.
Disproportionately early vote so far.
All
so
the
let's come back in
podcasters.
an hour and see if this holds up. To see if it stays this way. 73%
right.
right now. If you go back to
Beetlebaum's going to win.
Only 51%.
Spike
so
Jones.
If Joe Biden can do this stuff
That's
right
gonna do
here,
it.
we'll see what's happened. So we're going to
That'll be the one.
For a moment, I want to go to Florida because we're beginning to get some numbers in Florida right now. So let's take a look in Florida.
Here we go, our first votes in Florida. Again, in this part of the country down here just north of Naples, very critical to the president. It's 5%. Florida's a huge state. We're going to be at this for a long time, but it's nice to get the first votes out of Florida. Where are they coming from? You come over here, Pasco County along the coast. That's a pretty quick report. Again, Florida, we expect to be good.
Moshe Borat, I don't know what Waporizer is.
Who might win tonight, 130,000 to 101. This state is absolutely essential to the president. Joe Biden would like it because he knows it would block. Let's just go back and take a look. 59%, 59% 4 years ago.
Megsy.
56% right now if you round up. That's close, but we're going to watch this. Is it significant? We don't know until we get more vote here.
79% of the vote, yeah.
That's 79%. We don't know. So one county's not going to do it, but if you're starting to see the president couple points below, that will be significant. Mainly, look at the vote count, 130,000 to win it. Again, in a state like Florida, it was 142,000 then. We're not done yet. Let's watch this at the end of the night. But these are the markers to lay down. Is the president performing, overperforming, underperforming, about breaking even with 4 years ago? And how is Joe Biden doing compared to Hillary Clinton? So that's one place we'll watch. Let's come back to 2020 and see what else we have on the map here. Let's come down here. Lee County, this is 81% they're up to there, 57 to 42. If you do the rounding there, and again, we go back in time and we look, 59. So again, a little bit down. Is that significant? We don't know yet. It's very early, but it's one of the things.
These are Republican counties.
A little bit down.
These are very Republican counties. The question for the president,
he's a little bit down.
Has to win them.
A little bit.
That. The question is,
a little bit. I think a little bit.
Extra votes there. Is he running up?
We're going to look into that a little bit. I think we're going to look into Trump a little bit. A little bit.
Expect to get when we get
a little bit.
Now this will be here. Let's come over here.
A little bit. Where the fuck's Iceman at?
This you start the I-4 corridor and you go all the way across. In Brevard County, 54.3. Let's just go back and take a look. 57.8. So again, another county where right now the president is a little underperforming. It's early. We don't know if that holds, but that's what you're going to watch throughout the night, especially in a state that is always as close as Florida. If the president is underperforming where his vote, the question then becomes, can the Democrats overperform?
It was really close. Florida was really close.
In the math. That's what we'll see as we get more votes in Florida.
He can't be underperforming. He's supposed to be overperforming.
I'm just going to highlight this for us. Then we'll go back in time to 2016, and we see, you see the blue.
No more Donald Trump Jr. fucking cocaine videos. I'm going to miss those.
Bring it out to see. Lake County, let me get this out of the way so it's not distracting. 55 to 44. That's where it is now.
I should tweet that, huh?
59, 60. So again, there's three counties we've looked at where the president's numbers right now are down a bit. The percentages are down a bit. So you look at the percentage down, then you want to match up the math. 102,000 votes there to take that county 4 years ago. 87 and change, almost 88,000 votes now. We don't know if that's significant yet, but that's what you do when you're doing a little election CSI in a state like Florida. What we need is more votes, Wolf. We need more votes. We start to see some Democratic votes down here. The Trump campaign has been optimistic. It will cut in. Miami-Dade, you know it well. Look at the totals here. You go back 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton, you look at that in the largest county in the state, right? That's what the Democrats need, and it wasn't enough, right? Hillary Clinton still narrowly lost the state. Trump campaign has been confident. Especially inroads in the Latino community would do something here. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Biden really has to do well in those three southern Florida counties in order to win this election. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and Broward County.
Miami, Broward, Palm Beach. You pull them out, you look at them. It's said often, but I'll say it again. The farther south you go in Florida, the further north you get. Essentially, retirees from the north, senior citizens, electorate.
Hey,
you go back and look at it here. This is in the
Kanye's not even on there. I don't understand it.
Look how close it was. 112, 113,000 votes if you round up in a giant state. 49 to 48 if you round that up. And again, if you go back, you see the blue. It doesn't change that much. But let's go back to when Barack Obama.
Did he pay for advertising?
You see the difference in the margins here. You come down here. Obama gets 61. Clinton gets 64. She did her job in this part of the state. That was one of the lessons in 2016. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job in the early vote. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job down here. What surprised them, President Trump over here, and then just the volume. In all the smaller red, especially the Southwest, there's more people down here. Up here, there's fewer people, but they came out to play in 2016. It's these small counties.
They came out to play.
All night long. 83% in a county like that. You have 2,800 votes. You think that doesn't matter, but that's 2,300 vote difference right there. One county. You start.
They're not going to vote Democratic, but they need to vote Trump.
County to county. That is how you get math, right? Will those people come out this time for the president? That will be the test as we watch this state fill in tonight. And there we go. See,
Dude, one of the presidential elections in Florida came down like 500 people.
75%.
If that stays blue, Joe Biden has a good chance to carry the state of Florida. Doesn't guarantee it.
4 years ago it was red.
4 years ago it was red. That's why I said I remember a call on election day. The Clinton campaign was so confident about Florida, and I remember getting a call and somebody came out and said it was the Clinton campaign thought we got good early vote here. We feel good about this. And one of the ground organizations went out to some polling places and saw lines stretching down the street, saw the MAGA hats, and texted me, "We are bleeped," and that was right here. And again, President didn't win this county by much, but it was a statement, right?
All
It's
right.
a statement here. So this right now in 2016
Not
it was
Rudy.
red at the moment. At
Well,
the
I'll
moment
tell you
it
this.
is blue. What is this? This is Tampa, St. Pete.
Everybody
It's a
that knows
suburban
me
area.
should
It has
know this.
retirees. It is growing. It's a place
You
where
want
Democrats understand.
my dream?
You want to get this.
My dream scenario is Donald Trump loses, and then on January 20th, when he's exiting and Joe Biden is coming into the White House, and they have that meeting, and everybody's there, and they have the whatever ceremony, is that North Korea and Iran will nuke the White House. And just that, not attack the whole country, but just assassinate those politicians. Just like, remember when Donald Trump assassinated that general? Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if Iran and North Korea did the same fucking thing to them? Or just like, oh yeah, we just sent a couple missiles. Oh, did we kill 200 of you that were in the White House and in the area? Our bad. That's
Counted, but just to remind people, we have a ways to go. 4.6 million to 4.5 million. So we're early in the Florida count, but look, Florida is always, I say fun. I don't have a horse in this race. If you're a partisan watching at home, you go back and forth on the up and down in all of this one. But look, this is one of the most fascinating states because of the diversity, because of the senior citizen vote, because of it's the most complicated Latino vote anywhere, because of the diversity just within the Latino community. The Democrats sent Obama down here twice, trying to get African Americans in Miami-Dade to turn out. You've got the suburban revolt against the president, doesn't hold up in a state like Florida, which is now his adopted home state. And again, up here, does the Trump army come out in 2020 like it did in 2016 in these small counties? The complexity of Florida is what makes it so fascinating, and it's always so close. So Jake was mentioning a conversation with Rick Scott the other day. I talked to him as well the other day. He's won 3 elections by a point. By a point. He has won 3 elections by a point in the state of Florida. That's the way Florida goes. Twice for governor and once for Senate by a point. So we're going to watch this fill in. It's one of the most fascinating. And again, it'll also, its neighbor, it's almost the reverse when you come to its neighbor, Georgia. This is the South, right? The northern Florida votes like the South. So this part of Georgia votes like the South. It's white, it's rural, it's reliably Republican in recent years. But then we get up here, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, the suburbs. African American votes in the inner cities, the suburbs around them. How far out? How far out can the Democrats stretch it in the suburbs? That'll be the key, not only across here, but to the north in Georgia as well, in an election that the Biden campaign tells us, and the polls tell us could be a very different election, but the could be part disappears now. We count votes.
So the only thing that jumps out at you right now is Pinellas County over there.
Pinellas County, and again, I looked at those counties, and I'll do it again. Let me come down here. I don't want anyone to make too much of this early because we're trying to get votes. But one of the things in a close state like this, especially with an incumbent president on the ballot, is to match him up, right? 39,000 votes, 67% if you round up in 2020. You come here.
David Honey Sr., what's up, son?
Down.
Nice to see you. Are you guys having problems with the feed somewhere?
28%.
Dave C says crashed.
If you roll up
Seth says for me the stream isn't loading.
Is a little better.
Are you guys having problems on YouTube?
So we don't know. These are the little things in a very close election.
What's going on, guys? Let me know what's going on. Come on over to Facebook. Let me know what's going on.
And especially in places where the polls are still open and they know the votes, then they're trying to surge voters in. So you look at Lee County here again. 81% estimated vote. Some of these things can be a little off this year too because of the early voting and the mail-in voting, but 57% to 42%. Again, for me, it's the math, 185,000, 186,000 if you round it up, 191 last time. This is what we're just going to go through. If turnout is up everywhere in the state, the president probably needs to exceed his numbers from 4 years ago, especially in the smaller, more rural places. To match if the Democratic numbers are up as well. And now since we've been waiting here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is
This is a big county.
the double whammy here of Hillsborough
It's the
and
whammy.
Pinellas.
It's the
That's
whammy,
the
yo.
signal
It's
about
the
suburbs
whammy.
right here,
It's
right?
the whammy,
and
yo.
So you look at this, it's the 4th largest county in the state of Florida.
It's the whammy.
Democrats can run it
It's
up
the
here,
whammy,
it gives you
yo.
a cushion, right?
Before we go to Hillsborough and Tampa, take a look at the state right now, because the gap between the Trump and Biden seems to be narrowing pretty significantly right now. Trump is at 50.9%, Biden is at 48.2%. Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes.
64,157, and again, welcome to the roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there, and then you go back in time here again. 51. So if this holds, and it's a big if, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55. That's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton.
If you look at the state right now, Biden is just in the lead with 22% of the estimated vote now. They do it quickly in Florida. Very impressive. Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale, it has now come in. Look at this in Broward County. Let's take a look at Broward County.
Welcome to roller coaster Florida again. 75%. It's only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the 2nd largest county in the state, so we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through them here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings of the
Crucial taunt
of North Carolina and Ohio.
Crucial taunt.
Just minutes from now, our special coverage of Election Night in America continues right after this.
Bum 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow bow bow. I'll keep my eye on it, guys. Why don't they have the whammy on here? It's the whammy, yo. It's the whammy. 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 Okay, this is copyrighted. You can only play this for a second.
I happen to be master of the
Ancient art of hypnotism. Get down! Get down! Listen to the sound! Get down! Get down! Listen to the sound! Don't you want to fucking hear that song? I'll bet you I get copyrighted for that shit. Unreal. Yeah, you're copyright in violation. You played fucking 8 seconds of Two Skinny J's. Fucking whatever. It's the best. It's the best. You guys gotta hear that song. You gotta just hear the break. Here. You gotta just hear this break. Listen to this break right here. 3, 4! That's not it. 1, 2, 3, 4! Oh, fuck yeah! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, dude, that shit fucking... That shit goes off, yo. Shit goes off, son. You know what I mean, pal? You know what I mean, pal? Two Skinny J's, the whammy. It's on YouTube. Go listen to it. Two Skinny J's, the whammy, on YouTube.
By for the next wave of poll closings right now. Let's check
Wasn't the
in
tension
on the
cable,
fight
Jennifer.
for
It was the
quickly
button
upon
was jammed. I
electoral
unjammed
votes.
it.
Right now, Trump
I
has
fixed it.
11
Thank you, Jennifer.
electoral
Thank you
votes.
so much.
Indiana, Biden so
Thank you
far
for
has
asking.
0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump's in the lead. It's 11 to 0. Biden's still falling behind at 0. 5 and 15 quarter 2, 2 and 15 quarter 1. We got jumping ahead. Right now, Biden has the lead in the state of Florida, though.
50.7% to Trump's 48.4%. 35% of the estimated vote, once again, is in 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated
Oh,
vote.
fucking H.A. Goodman, motherfucker! Oh my God, what did I tell you? Me and H.A. Goodman argued about Georgia. I said, do you think Georgia's gonna go blue, bro? He's like, never. I'm like, okay, okay. Okay, it'll never go blue.
27.8% for electoral
He must be
votes.
freaking right now.
In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes.
Dude.
1% of the estimated vote is in 62.
I'm telling you all, you're not hearing them say this, but I'm going to tell you this, okay?
Take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden, very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.
Dude, those states don't matter. Listen, I'll tell you what matters. If Biden wins Florida and Georgia, Biden wins the election. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, guys. It's the election is fucking over. And did you see those Georgia, Florida? Holy fucking shit. Right now, Donald Trump is winning. But right now, Florida and Georgia look like they're going blue. It's crazy. We'll see.
Be a flip. Again, it's early. President right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the votes. But these would be two big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early. Everybody needs to be careful about this, but at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or 3. However,
look at the
if Joe
ticker.
Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting.
Gunman who was shot and killed by police
Again,
was
an
ISIS
so what you see
supporter
now doesn't mean the lead won't change.
who was out on parole.
It changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map. Number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County.
I got to call my mom.
St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started if you're a Democrat by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton. Right, 64% if you round up to 34%. So this was something to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade. We'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like.
She's good. Again, thanks, Nick.
See that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back to the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming.
I got to dance a jig for you guys if Donald Trump loses. Remember?
So you pull back out. And again,
do you guys remember that shit?
By 28,
hey, it's 420. Votes, right? Happy 420, so everybody. No law regarding cannabis.
This is again trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see
I just had to get a knife in there and pry it out.
You look at it,
Jennifer, and work the cable, work the shifter, and then sprayed lubricant up in there, and it works fine now. Everything's fine. Starts up, runs good. You want to see it? You want to see it?
It's his math in a lot of states. with these smaller counties like this. Interesting
This
though.
one, John, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that this
Trying to show you
Collier
the
County
truck next to
is
it,
coming in
but
for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative.
imagine that thing's got big old tires
Look
on
how
it.
low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes, and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast changing areas all across America. But it's the Sun Belt states like Florida. You have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, President at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency tonight. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden. We always think about down here is critical for the Democrats, up here critical for the
Let's not
Republicans.
forget, John, in the
Up to 67,000.
the central time zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The eastern time zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right, and so again, if you look across, just watch across here. They're still voting out by Pensacola and in the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red. Right? That is the key for the president. Again, they're not very populous, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at.
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at this. That's 2012. That's 2016. But you do see this though. Your Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you can.
Wow.
Which is why we need to visit it.
Go back to Miami.
Remind you that we're very early in this.
That's not good.
So let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage.
Thanks,
That's one
bro.
thing you look at. The other thing you look at, especially because we expect turnout to be up this year, sometimes that helps you, sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000.
It's going to be a fucking nail biter.
That one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is
Where's
up everywhere?
fucking
Or is he
Iceman
making
at?
inroads, with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now, if you're worried about anything in Florida, you're worried about that you're winning Miami-Dade, but not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. I mean, red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes.
Is that
700 votes and change
Seminole?
there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here, you come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year.
I don't know what Trump will do. He said he'd step down.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes, 51%. Florida is very fast. The numbers are coming in quickly. Let's look at Georgia right now.
So you move up, you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. It used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47.
Wow.
So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night, especially suburbs.
I
are
wonder
growing.
why
Suburbs
that
are where the
is.
people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat, you know Donald Trump.
H.A. Goodman, man, it's so funny. I went on his show and super chatted him literally about Georgia.
You see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president. That's not
because I saw this happening, man.
But in these small rural counties, the president.
I saw that happening.
You move up here, let's just 83%.
And he didn't want to talk about it.
Again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County. 59% there, come back in time. 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for, especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African-American turnout to be up in Atlanta, in Augusta, in Columbus, in Savannah, and he needs, when you get into the suburbs, and the Democrats do very well in the close-in suburbs, more and more increasingly in the Trump areas that are moving out, the outer rings of the suburbs, out to the exurban areas. So you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Let's take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same, or do they shrink even in the places he wins? Just want to peek one more time at Florida as we go here. Florida 2020, welcome back to the roller coaster. Joe Biden has pulled ahead by 7,784 votes in the state of Florida, but again, 49.6, 49.5, we're early in the night. Florida is as close as it gets, which is pretty
nail biter.
Let's just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Palm Beach turned blue. We thought it would, and a big vote dump to get it blue. That's why the state changed, right?
It's exciting.
We had just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago.
I want popcorn. I want
right now.
Something.
The Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it.
I want something.
We'll keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's
popcorn
is a major
popcorn
fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical
14, 13,
12,
Trump
11, race just
10,
from now.
9,
most polls
8,
in North Carolina,
7,
Ohio,
6,
and West Virginia.
5,
Together,
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right, we got a key race alert right now. Woo! In these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio.
Too early to call.
In Ohio, too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina.
Too early to call.
Electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. It still remains the same. 11 Electoral College votes for Trump, Indiana.
Trump's in the lead, 11 to 0. Donald Trump is winning. Joe Biden is losing. 5 and a 15 quarter to 2 and a 15 quarter, 11 to 0. 11 to 0, 0 to 11, 3 and a 15 2, 2 and a 15 5, 5 and a 15
Trump has a narrow lead right now with 59% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Got a lead of about 25,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.4%. This is a must-win for Trump. He must win Florida. If Biden were to win Florida, it would be very, very difficult for Trump to get reelected. We're watching Florida so closely. In Virginia right now, very, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is
George
in.
Is a problem,
Trump is ahead by about 33,000 votes, 65.4% to 32.9%. In South Carolina, also very, very early. Trump is ahead 70.4% to 29.6%. In Kentucky, 18% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 75,000 votes, 58% to 40.5%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look. Georgia, it looks like it's going to be a battle over there. Biden is ahead with 4% of the estimated vote is in, about 16,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In New Hampshire, Biden is ahead there. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 3,300 votes, 59.2% to 40.3%. And
Dude,
Biden is ahead.
Was Hillary Clinton ahead this far when she started against Trump? You guys, does anybody know?
To 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, 2 very critically important states.
I wonder if that, when they started out, if Hillary was really far ahead like this.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment, and
in
it's gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state, 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what makes it Florida, actually, at election night. 56,000, 57,000 votes if you round it up. If you're looking at the map, it looks like a traditional map. 1+ for the Democrats, Pinellas County here. 1 warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out, and we got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year, so we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. You could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there.
Once again, it's moving very quickly.
That's interesting. There you go. So Hillary Clinton was way more out in front, even.
In Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the
Biden
Play it on the rest. So let's see what happened here.
Could be Trump, man. You know.
County, 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago.
Hey, look who it is.
So again,
fucking, what's up, 210 Big Buns, Salted Gun, what's up, son? Everybody subscribe to Salted Gun on Twitch. Make the switch to Twitch and subscribe to Salted Gun. It's my boy.
40, 60 to 39, you come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57.
First person in California to let me crash in his place when I moved out here.
Let's see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We come back here, 66. So about the same there. The vote total is actually incredibly close to the same. If we come back to 4 years ago, he's a little bit above it there, but we got a little ways to go still. So turnout's up a little bit, which you adjust your math, and then you come down here.
I need some
again,
popcorn.
In the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, you're winning anyway. You say, oh, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state. Ran it up here. 624,000.
Not good, Biden. Looks like they're going to lose Florida.
That vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better, perhaps, with African
See what happens when Georgia reports it.
In Miami-Dade. So Joe Biden has to make it up somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment,
I used to do wheelies on I-4, guys.
700 votes and change. So this one.
I got pulled over by a police officer for doing a wheelie on an on-ramp.
Yeah, we're not high enough up in the vote count.
On I-4 in Altamont Springs.
Hillsborough County, which is Tampa,
coming off of 436.
And the suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete, and the suburbs here as you move over. This one red 4 years ago. Like, President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, right? Little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida in on the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55, 43, so I just want to check this one. That's 7 right there. You want to statewide now. Let's see if it changes again as we go.
I'm going to make some popcorn,
seriously. Each candidate is overperforming and underperforming.
All right, so we can go back and look at this.
Nobody makes popcorn anymore about. Nobody even does that anymore about.
Underperforming, right? So where's the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these 2 counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close, that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on that.
Where's Biden overperforming?
Look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment, but you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton, he's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's out. Let's see, he's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee, but again, this is very preliminary, so let's not let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump outperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood, let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now, in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. That helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters, right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster. We're going to go through this several times. Lead switches are not at all uncommon. But this is the #1 county, #1 basket of votes in the county, in the state, 13% of the statewide vote. Right now, it's blue for Joe Biden, but those numbers, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play, but you got a lot more business to do.
Do we know, Miami-Dade, if those numbers are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
People are receiving.
They're here. That means a test is coming.
All right, let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Florida right now. 67% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 70,000 votes, 50% to 49.1%. It's close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. 5% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Biden is ahead there by 4,200 votes, 50.4% to 48.6%. Only 3% of the estimated vote in New Hampshire is in. Biden is ahead there by some 3,000 votes, 56.6% to 42.7%. In Virginia, 8% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, 50.2% to 48.1%. He's up by almost 8,000 votes in Virginia. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. Lots of excitement going on. So far, we're seeing some blue in Florida and Georgia. Then the question is that going to hold?
That is the question. Is it going to hold? You see red in Virginia. We don't expect that to hold, but we'll count the votes. They're early in all these places. We also see this. Donald Trump had an early lead in the popular vote. He still does, but Joe Biden is starting to close in on that as well. One of the questions, that's not how we pick a president, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. And if Joe Biden can stretch that lead out, it should help him in the Electoral College. But we'll watch those numbers as well. But we go state by state. That's how we pick presidents. And Florida has 29 Electoral College votes. So it is one of the biggest prizes on the map, and it is always a battleground state. And again, Biden on top right now, 50.6 to 48.4. In Florida, they call that a blowout. It's about 1.5 points. But that's what it's. So we got a long way to go still. And again, 3 big parts of the state. Democrats need their votes here. This is where close elections are settled. And we're waiting to see what happens up here. And again, you see some trouble signs for both candidates. So we're still going to watch the votes. We have 72% of the estimated vote. We'll watch as it plays out. Why do I say trouble signs for both candidates? Let me start up here in the northern part of the state. Duval County, very close. Joe Biden on top, 52 to 47. If you round it, 5 points there. It's about just shy of 40,000 votes there. But again, if you go back in time, President Trump carried this. Not by a lot, but in a state that is so close, the small margins in the big counties. This is the 7th largest of the 67 counties. So you're looking for the bigger counties where the votes are to see what the margins are. Let's just check over here. Leon County in Tallahassee, that's 2016. You come up here, Joe Biden, but very early in a place we expect him to win, the state capitol, government workers, unions, we expect him to win. So let's come down here again. This has been holding steady for a while, and again, this would be the biggest danger sign for the Biden campaign in their war room right now, and the most encouraging sign for the Trump campaign in its war room right now. Miami-Dade is the largest county in the state by population. You get about 13.5% of the vote, depending on how the turnout goes right there. And you see, 54-45. In most states, you'd think that's a good win, but not in the state of Florida because it's so complicated and big. The Democrats need a bigger margin here. Again, the Clinton comparison, 64%, 624,000 votes. She lost the state, remember. She ran it up in Miami-Dade. The Clinton campaign was happy with this. They thought they did a pretty good job there, but she lost the state. You see the 624,000 for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden running below that total right now. We have more votes to come in, and we'll see, and we know turnout was up. Most of this, not all of it, most of this is people who voted in person early. So we're waiting for the election day vote. Republicans think that's where they do best. It's the Democratic area, let's see. That's why the Democrats sent Barack Obama down here twice to try to turn people out to vote. In the end, the former president tried to get African Americans and others to turn out. And so now you pull it out and you see the state is starting to fill in. And again, Florida doing a good job.
Georgia's gone red.
Let's just walk up the coast first. Broward County, this is what Biden needs to do here. Again, you want to run it up here. The president's going to win the smaller rural counties, so the Democrats need to run it up. It's the second largest county, just shy of 10% of the vote here. And then Palm Beach County. This is what the Democrats need to do and what Joe Biden is doing right now. Just for comparison, 60.2, 57% when you round up, so a little bit better here. Not as many people here, so it's hard to make up what you're missing in Miami-Dade, but you take everything you can get as you try to go through it. And then this is the key part of the state, the western part, the southwestern part of the state, Naples and surrounding, critical for the president. These votes are starting to come in. 61, focus on the 61 or round it up to 62, and then remember the 120,000. You go back 4 years ago, 105,000 and 62. So the president's got about the same percentage, and more people are voting. More people are voting in this election. Turnout there. Hillary Clinton gets 61,000 votes there. Joe Biden getting more votes, more votes because of the increased turnout this year, which is a good thing in every state. The more people who play, the better for our democracy. But so then you want to come up here, and again, Orlando. Earlier I said it didn't matter. This was red. It was early. We only had a couple hundred votes. Big chunk of votes has come in here. Joe Biden at 64, the president at 35, 341,000 votes. Let's go back and take a look again. So Joe Biden has already passed Hillary Clinton's vote total, 60% there. 64% there.
Hey,
that's how you win a close race in Florida. Doesn't mean it's enough, especially if you have to offset Miami-Dade. But the Orange County here, you think of it as Orlando, this is more and more by the day suburban. More and more Latino, more and more college educated, more and more complicated. And this has been very hard hit by the economy.
Look at this, 75% of the vote in Florida is now in, and Biden has a lead of 142,000 votes. Step back for a moment, John. Explain to our viewers why we're spending so much time looking at Florida. Yes, it has 29 electoral votes, but it's a must-win for the president.
It's an absolutely must-win for the president. Joe Biden would like it. If Joe Biden gets it, it helps him remake the map, and it helps him make a statement election. But let's just walk over here, and we come back. This is the only state we've called so far, projected so far, is Indiana. So the president has 11 electoral votes. You have to get to 270, and remember the president got to 306 last time, right? So why does Florida matter so much?
Hey Adam,
Joe Biden can take away Florida.
Got my doggy here.
In and of itself,
freaking out, bro.
Down to 277, right? So then from there, Joe Biden really needs just one more. So if Joe Biden won Florida, let's say he won Arizona, right? Joe Biden could win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan, without winning Wisconsin, without winning Georgia. All places where in these three, he leads. Here, he's certainly competitive. Some polls show him ahead, some polls show him a little behind. So that is why 29 matters. I mean, the only thing on the board tonight with more significance is potentially Texas. Democrats think they may have a chance in Texas. But if you take these 29 away from the President of the United States, mathematically, can I find a path to Trump victory? If you want to say that Trump's going to win California, or if you say Trump's going to win all three of these, so it doesn't absolute.
You got pizza, Teresa?
Well, yeah,
I got
we're trying
pizza
to be conservative. We're trying to be cautious, trying to be fair to the president. If the president of the United States loses Florida, his path to re-election is essentially gone.
And right now it's very close in Florida. 79%
right on
of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 83,500 votes right now, 50% to 49.1%. More make or break states are on the line at the top of the hour when the last polls close in the battlegrounds of Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Will we be able to make any projections in the hour ahead? We're going to find out very soon. Stay with us.
Are they showing commercials now? Oops. They weren't supposed to do that. Someone got some free advertising there. Life's still treating me good? Hell yeah. Yeah, life's treating me good. This popcorn's treating me good. And the doggy right here. He's digging it too. He's down here, take my word for it. Rudy, what is this one? Rudy, look. High five? High five? Good boy. Hey. You guys want me to take that off the screen? Oh, hey, buddy. Now he's got his... He's laying his little... his face on my leg. How cute is that? How cute is that? Right on, Sokol. I took a whole bunch of pictures of Rogan today. To show how cute he is. I looked at him outside. I was like, oh my god, my dog is so fucking cute. I don't care if he's staring at me or fucking just walking away from me and wiggling his little butt as he walks away. Dude, he looks like a little hot dog on feet. A little muscular hot dog with a big head. And he's so fucking cute. He loves popcorn. He's so great. Because of him, I've lost a lot of weight and I'm putting on muscle. Anacondas, pythons, cobras, rattlesnakes. Look at that. Puncturing the cloth. Because I have to pick him up all the time. 60 pounds of dead weight. And sometimes he bites you. Sometimes he'll lean away from you and shit. So it's even harder than 60 pounds. Here we go. We're back.
All right, we have our second projection of the night. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Vermont. He beats Trump in Vermont.
Not a lot of
3 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the map where it stands right now. The race to 270. Trump has 11. He won Indiana. Biden has 3.
We're only moments away from the biggest.
Wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places closed in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Together, those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start off in Florida right now. Florida, look at this. It's very close in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347,000 right now, 64.4% to 34.5%. In Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%.
Not a lot of electoral votes.
2 more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's fairly interesting to watch. Florida still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's leading, the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, "Oh, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio?" Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, you know, I'm on your side, I am your voice, trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%, about halfway in the count. So we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right?
Weird, huh?
Can Joe Biden...
It's different in different parts of the country.
One of the things he says he can do is that, unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue-collar, traditional Dem...
Oh, man, hell yeah. A little bit of water, popcorn, doggy.
Democrats who left the party.
He's going to need to go get some water here right now.
Here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal, even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio. That's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio.
Almost
A
every
more Republican state than any of those three that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number one for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland.
Maybe
about
3 or 4
40% of the vote in. A ways to go. 75 to 24. I'll go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. That's a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden. This is your base. This has to be your foundation. Largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This
spread out. Lake County
is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead.
They're making moves.
51-48, it's close, but you go back in time, this was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here. But let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities, a lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state, it's unions, it's African Americans, it's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a more of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand the majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television. But this is why this is fun. I mean, look at this. This is more,
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000
Now
votes.
Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun, and this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. And then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46. If you round them up, again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable. Could you come up here? Can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
Second largest
This is
county.
this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there, and then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total, and right now, at the moment, exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see, that's about, you see 300, 352, so 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There are some votes there for you. Much closer. Well, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in election day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle. This is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have any votes out of Leon County yet, but that's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs, Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The president of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight are
5, 4,
172
3,
electoral votes
2,
are at stake
1,
in the next hour.
0. Here we go!
We got the projections
Woo!
right now. Let's start in Massachusetts. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts.
11.
Will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes. Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. Trump, we have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania,
I need to
Rhode
take
Island,
Rogan out.
and Tennessee. We cannot make projections in those states. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count as it stands right now. Biden has 30 electoral college votes. Trump has 18. Remember, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio, that's a key battleground. 28% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 370,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes. Biden is also ahead in Georgia right now. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49% in Georgia. A tight battle underway. In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these two states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida, 82%.
That's
of the estimated vote in
29
Florida.
fucking
He's ahead
electoral
by,
votes.
about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is in Florida right now, 49.6% to
Damn.
49.4%. A tight battle in Florida underway right now. Trump is ahead in Virginia right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall.
More
We're looking
Virginia.
at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue, look at that. Florida is blue, look at that. South Carolina is blue, look at that. Georgia is blue, Ohio is blue, West Virginia is blue. Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone, take a picture. This is a map you love, right? It's not going to stay that way, but we'll see how many do, though. Texas, the Democrats think it's in play. West Virginia, I would be shocked. South Carolina, I would be shocked. Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Texas. This is a very different election. We are looking at competitive races in states that have been red
Explain
for a
Texas,
long
what's
time
going
ago.
on now.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See, so that's why we have
Yeah,
700,000,
man, we're gonna say,
1.1 million votes. Joe Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly throughout the night. This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. Joe, 81% there. Joe Biden leading in Dallas County, 66% of the vote.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
early
be.
vote. Yeah, it's early vote. Yeah, a lot of the blue you're seeing is because we're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So again, you don't expect that to hold up. This is very competitive. This is very competitive. We know Democrats voted disproportionately early. They wanted to vote by mail. Coronavirus safety concerns. They were encouraged by Democrats early on. So we're looking at a map right now. We talked about this earlier. We're going to be talking about this all night long. Some states are reporting in a different way this year because of all the mail-in voting, because of absentee and early, and then you have in-person election day voting. Different states are reporting in different ways, and some states within those states they're reporting it in different ways. Some states are giving you the early vote first. That's why you're seeing a lot of blue in places that are traditionally red, because we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Other states are giving it to us in reverse. We're trying to be as transparent as we can be throughout the night to tell you what we know about what we're getting, but it makes for an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be watching votes in Texas to see how competitive it is. Democrats do believe it will be a lot more competitive. Will it end the night blue? Stay with us. Brew some coffee.
Look at the popular vote nationwide. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by only 4,000 votes, 49.5% to 49.4%.
And remember, we've been, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a large margin. We can go back and look at it, right? More than 2 million votes, close to 3 million votes. 4 years ago. The expectation is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote this time, but we have to see, and we're going to watch it as it plays out. So let's come back to the states where we know. Florida, I want to just start here because it has been a seesaw back and forth all night long. Donald Trump ahead right now by 22,170 votes in a state where we're approaching 10 million votes cast. We're just shy of that. That is a tiny need, 49.6 to 49.4. And if you're looking at it, we're still waiting. You're starting to see the panhandle. Pensacola filling in here, Escambia County. This is the panhandle. This is where President Trump gets his votes. We're going to watch this play out. 22,000 votes, Wolf. Florida, we're still counting, and some others as well.
All right, we have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Kentucky. He'll win Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. That's a win for Trump in Kentucky over Biden. This is where it stands right now in the race to 270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now. Only less than 1% of the vote is in, but Biden is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 58.7% to 40% for Trump. Let's go to Georgia right now. 10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump, 49.5% to 49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by 348,000 votes, 58.5% to 40.4% for Trump in Ohio. In New Hampshire right now, 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 6,700 votes, 57.1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, about a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 214,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.3% in Virginia. All these races so significant. John King, you're looking at all this as closely as anyone is looking at it. What do you see?
I see some unpredictability. I see a lot of swings back and forth. And again, that's the nature of the night. We need to remind everybody, you had early mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting. 3 different challenges for every state, every county in America, and every election agency as they pull all this together. And some states are doing it. Some states are doing it different ways, even within the same state. So you see states that are blue, like a South Carolina. We're looking at it right now. It's only 5% of the statewide reporting. If it ends up that way, that's dramatic breaking news. We just don't expect it. We need you to be patient at home. We just need you to remember, different states are doing things in different ways. West Virginia is blue at the moment. Early votes, we know Democrats disproportionately wanted to vote early by mail. So when states are counting those first, you're going to see blue in some places that are traditionally red. It's okay. They're votes. They're real. They're real. They're just not complete. It's just not contextual. We just don't have everything. And so again, you see it in Texas here. It looks big and blue on the map. When you zoom in on the state, it's not much, right? We don't have much yet. Small county here, small county here. The most significant vote center here is Dallas. So Joe Biden is leading in the state of Texas right now because we had some votes out of Dallas. I just want to remind you that the history here, though, that alone doesn't mean Joe Biden is not competitive in Texas tonight. We're going to be at this for a few hours, but one little blue spot there is not enough to overcome what usually happens in Texas, which is this. So strap in at home, brew extra coffee. We're going to have to go through all this as we do it. But we'll watch it. Those are real votes. Those are all real votes. Everything you see on this map are real votes. It's just we get them in different orders from different states. We need to be careful and calmly walk through it. In the states where we're going, though, that Ohio is blue right now, we're up to about a third of the vote. That's significant. That means Joe Biden, we don't know if he's going to win Ohio, but we know he's competitive in Ohio. And we know that Donald Trump, right now, Joe Biden is ahead 57 to 42. We know that Donald Trump won Ohio pretty comfortably 4 years ago. So again, no Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. So that Joe Biden this, and they know that these small Number one, this is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About 4, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here, and we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue. Suburban Cleveland right there, suburbs, and then you move over here to Lorain County as well. You go back in time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split, right? 47-47. A split there. Joe Biden right now on top by a more significant margin. These are the suburbs. There are more people. In here for Joe Biden right now, 329. So that's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus. Away for more, but Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here 624 to 333.
The White House. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
I know it's on a commercial break. All right, I'm back, guys. Hold on, wait. Check out what this cat's got going on. Yeah, eat your fucking food, you little prick. No, eat your food. All right. Cool. Okay. Hutch, what's up, son? All right, let's get that off of here. Go like this. Hello, guys. I'm back from hiking. I made sure to, when I hike, man, I make sure to high step, man. Make sure to, I'm out there by myself, so, you know, I try to get a little exercise. I'm trying to work off my love handles a little bit. So I fucking lift my legs up like that when I'm walking. You know, a little bit of extra effort there. Work off my love handles. It's working, actually. A little bit, so it does a good job, actually. I haven't been doing my leg lifts. I like those. I should, because I'd like to cut my stomach up, and I know I could with just those. I just fucking haven't been doing them. Air claiming because of Biden administration. Every 10 political signs you see is for Trump. How long are they going to commercial, guys? Can you hear it okay when it's on? It's going on and off. Huh. Here, listen to a little bit of this song. I love that shit. Okay. We're refreshing it. Okay. I didn't know. We're back on it. It should come on here in a second. We'll see. Come on, man. Oh, God. If he wins 8 years of that shit.
America, we're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in Central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small town. 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting, and they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump Clinton, right? Catawba County. Let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same, right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew that their voters are, where they thought they could turn, at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities, Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now. 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago, but grow and build, especially in places where the population is changing like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to wander through all this. You come down to the coast here in Wilmington. Not as big. It's the 9 of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now turnout is up everywhere. So everything, you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38% for the president. Let's go back in time, 57%. Again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing. There you go. Let's see where where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. You can see these counties where he's overperforming. Where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5.
More people are voting, but more people are voting for Trump too.
Percentage points here. The biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign.
I think I'm going to put a piece of pizza in the microwave. I usually toast it, but I want one quick. So I'm just going to take one slice and put it in there. I'll be right back.
The Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here. This is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you look at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about where we're going to end the night. However, this just that it's closer. It's only 9% of the vote. Just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last time. 55. There's a lot of, not as many though, rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map and we look just really quick. Florida still close, but the president holding that lead there. Georgia still close. Ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia. Not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189,000 in Florida, and you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
206,000 right now. 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right, well, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Look, I mean, you're exactly right. The fact that Georgia, in particular, seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch Georgia, we would have said, no, that's a very red state. And it seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money. And it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battleground states, the changing demographics and the suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case. Mm-hmm. In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida in particular, but we might see him benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump, it seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are, in some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters, for example. There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. And then there's Latino voters who are largely Mexican American in Arizona, and it's a very diverse group politically.
Great pizza over here.
In addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups.
Whoa,
like
look at
Latino voters,
Pennsylvania.
he's doing better with suburban voters. And we're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to
Man, did you
put on
guys
our
see
2020
Pennsylvania?
hats and allow 2020 to be what it is, which is that Biden may put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen from other Democrats, particularly Barack Obama, who was the last Democrat to win the White House. The Obama coalition was something fairly specific. It involved younger voters, involved a lot of black voters, and a lot of Hispanic voters. Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need to cobble together more older voters, more suburban women, more non-college educated men in order to win in some of the places he needs to win, like a
idiots
Pennsylvania,
love the
in order to
fucking
get-
sound of their
exactly what the
voices.
Biden campaign
You might need to cobble
was
together.
telling me, and I'm sure both of you as well, coming into this, which is why they have felt better in the northern states, in the northern Midwestern states, because his coalition isn't the same as the guy who was the president when he was the vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle class Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Scrappy kid with friends.
But they've got to perform.
Well,
I mean, this is
it's
where
microwave,
the
so
rubber
it's
meets
really
the
hot.
road. I think when we talk about what's
And
going
it's
on in
greasy.
Florida, this is where Democrats were not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big 3 Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
And have a beard and mustache.
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now.
Projection.
CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes. Trump wins West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes. Too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now, take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot. Trump is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9% in North Carolina. In the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by an impressive 284,000 votes, 54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about 70, almost 79,000 votes, 58.7%
I forgot to give Rogan some of my
to
pizza. I'm a horrible
40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In
Here.
Texas right now,
I got something
almost
to give
half
him.
of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.9%. A huge number of electoral votes at stake in Texas. 38 electoral votes in
38,
Texas.
38.
In New Hampshire right now, 10% of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there by about 7,500 votes. 53.7% for Biden, 45.3% for Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call in several of these states. We're monitoring right now, once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 50.5%. to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56.2% to 42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in
I
the
thought
Commonwealth
Georgia was
of
going to go
Virginia.
blue.
It's interesting. We have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination, mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red, where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, we're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled some states that you'd be surprised by. You look right down here, Texas is blue, Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue, which tells you what? A, we're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting. Everybody needs to be patient. Number two, it's just without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight. We know Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio. Only 40% of the vote. A long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden is competitive and the fact that he is doing what a Democrat needs to do, at least so far, we're not at the finish line, but so far the building blocks of a Democratic win in a state that's fiercely competitive, Republican leaning even, is Ohio's. You've got to run it up in the cities. This is the biggest one of all, Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, 75% of the vote right there. You go back 4 years ago, again, 66%, overperforming Hillary Clinton. Lake County in 2016 went for Donald Trump. This is the suburbs to the northeast of Cleveland. Right now, 61% of the voted, those suburbs going for Joe Biden. Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly wins the suburbs.
Sometimes I do, Darius, and it depends on the amount.
Revolt.
Small amounts, no. Large amounts,
does that last? Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same?
Anything over like 4 grams.
We'll see. We're not at the finish line. Tells us that the suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio? We don't know yet. But Lorain County again, to the west of Cleveland.
Make sure to trim the bag. Don't use the whole bag.
You go back in time. Almost 10 points. Running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere. So this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. That's why we're going to spend some time on this. And we're watching it right now, about halfway through, though. About halfway through means things can change. So let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly to see we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one. We're told, Pennsylvania could be tomorrow, could be a couple days after that. We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. That looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's not, we're not there yet. So you come down here. I said if Joe Biden wins Ohio, Donald Trump's path to re-election is blocked. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now, 66, 2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46.
Wow, dude.
275,000 vote lead. That
looks like Trump might win Florida.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in it. Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian right now. So we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote? How much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense. As John was just showing you, what you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more election day vote comes in. So it's just a note of caution that right now, the vast majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more election day vote to be counted.
What about Ohio? Do we know Ohio?
Well, in Ohio, I think what we see here is that Joe Biden's also benefiting from early vote there, but there's more early vote to come in there. So, take a look here. We have 49% of the total estimated vote in. 29% of it right now is early vote. We think that's going to climb, okay? 53% is our estimate of the Ohio vote that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity, actually. Joe Biden has the lead now for him to actually grow his lead in Ohio, perhaps.
An opportunity for him to grow his lead.
You
It's
and
so
I well know
stupid.
no Republican.
They talk about
has
this like
ever
they're
claimed
actively
has ever
fucking
won the
getting
White House
votes.
without carrying Ohio.
Right.
So
It was
stupid
so
the way that
critical
some of
Obama
these
took it
idiots
back from
refer to
George
this
W. Bush.
shit.
Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we've said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us that was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County,
Billy.
which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up. The challenge is, we think this
Different
is about 84%
states, different
of the
rules.
vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald
If
Trump
Trump loses
close that gap?
Ohio, he
Close
loses
that
the
gap. It's all
election,
about
man. Right
margins
now
when
he's
you're in a close
losing
race,
Ohio.
right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59 to 40. Right, so almost a 20-point lead there. Let's just go back and take a look. 59 to 40. You come back here, 53 to 43. So a 10-point race, 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state. But with the early vote, Joe Biden has a much bigger advantage. Now we have to count the rest. We have to finish. We have to finish. We might be 2/3, 3/4 even away around the track. We're not finished. And we have to wait for those votes to come in before we can tally. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do, impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County.
He's
Again,
done what he had to do.
83% in. Let's see when that election day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap? That's ouch, right? 82 to 17. If you look at it that way, you go back in time. It was ouch 4 years ago, 80 to 18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. Let's pull back out again. Number two, this is it. The Democrat again. You start in the city, you move out to the suburbs. 65, 33, 58, 38, if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters. But again, we have to see if it sticks. Right? We have to see if it sticks. The Democrats got around the track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the election day vote to come in. And one of the things you counted with, you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County, so that's an opportunity there for the Democrats if it comes in. We have nothing there so far.
Possibly.
Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here, you start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome a big lead, 250,000 votes. When you're at 67%, you're starting to get into the danger zone. But there's room. There's room on this map for the president to certainly narrow it. I want to check one more down here at Fayetteville and bring this out. Cumberland County, again, president did a rally here just the other night, 60 to 38, 56 to 40. Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I want to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right, okay, so looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours or we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But
Two
again,
more
please
espressos
bear
in.
with us
I was
and bear
thinking
with
about
these
making another
election
splish.
officials, because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans,
It's only
large counties,
5:45.
small
I can have
counties,
coffee.
These are amazing people. And so they're counting.
All right,
they
let's
have
make a
mail-in votes,
splish.
They have in-person early voting. They have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents,
splish,
the work is
okay.
hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine, that's good too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map, because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more election day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here, and again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And let's just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. So it's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. The largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas. But those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city, then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time you go back in time, 54%, 55 if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then. Come up to now, Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing, and we hope that continues. You come down here, this is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Well, let's see, Joe Biden here is the 19th largest county, Webb County. %, go back in time, 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperformed Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it in Texas again.
Dab and smoke, smoke and dab. Dab and smoke what? There's a little doggy here, little doggy. Little doggy.
The Count Wolf,
little doggy
as well. Williamson County above it, and Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up.
No longer running canvases for all.
Remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there, or a couple of House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll
I think
see.
I'm going to retire the sliders.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9.
I'll refresh it. Maybe that'll stop the jitter. There we go. They put the stupid drop frames up above where I can't see them. I have to move the whole screen down to see if my frames are dropping. It is so stupid.
Now 55.9% to 43.1%. 5,000 vote lead over Biden. 57. 7% to 40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in on.
God damn, here we go again. I'm not lagging though, so that's good.
A little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those two states, potentially, that could be the ball.
Those would be the ball game. Those are two states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue walls. So let's focus on them. Ohio. Let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue. Right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math, and again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different. The map's going to bounce around a little bit, and this is real.
How the fuck does Joe Biden get to 270?
These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And
I wonder what Texas gives up.
For out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton, outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a foot.
Oh, good, Maxie. I'm so glad you found your new puppy.
That was a handy win.
Yay.
Almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. We have a way to go here. But I just want to look at this in Cleveland. You bring this out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of the state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up. That's why he's president. Runs it up in Pennsylvania, ran it up in Wisconsin, ran it up in Michigan, ran it up in Florida, ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out, that's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio, one county.
Wow.
One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Joe Biden is overperforming in Democratic areas and in Trump counties. the president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up.
I wonder if
He
AJ
gets
Goodman's
70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. You know, it's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly, but remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals.
Right,
trade,
Billy, you're
family
right.
Voters come to me. They live here. They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We just turn this off and come back to where we are about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Well, let's bring it out and we'll take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer to that is no. At the moment, the answer to that is no. And again, that was right. Remember back, Joe Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, you're not the guy, you're not the fit, you're not what we want, you're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's message was, I can win these guys. Joe Biden's message was, I can do better than Hillary Clinton here, and here, and here. Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. If a Democrat is doing better than Donald Trump in those places, Democrats are expected to win them. The question is the margins. Yeah. That's how you win.
And Biden is ahead by 300,000 votes right now in Ohio. Let's do the same thing in North Carolina.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats would see this and celebrate. Republicans would see this and get nervous. We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here, but we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those numbers will swing a little bit too with the combination of the voting. Early votes came in first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead was because of the early vote, right? The question is, the president was rallying there all week long. The vice president went there as well. Can you turn out today, on election day, the Trump army to overcome the early voting? Well, 51, rounded up, it's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47. 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now, Joe Biden. And so Joe Biden, let's do the, you want to do the performance metrics, let's look at it. Where is the president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places, and a lot of places that matter. Again, Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton by a lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4, 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. She did it. That's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so. You know, in this case, some of that's Joe Biden. Some of that, we can, when we flip it and look at the president, some of that's Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County, number 2 county in the state. This is about math in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote. Let's get the votes where the people are and try to run it up. So this, pull it out this way. This is where Biden is overperforming, right?
North Carolina is beautiful. Fayetteville.
You don't want to underperform anywhere. Let's see if the president is overperforming anywhere, which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple of these smaller counties down here? That's what makes it a battleground state. But the key here was the first metric we showed you. Right. The key metric, if you're the Democrats, you lived the last campaign. Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are where the Democratic votes are. Cities surrounded by the suburbs. The farther out the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do. So if you're Joe Biden, especially again down here on the coast, you're looking for places that fit. Hanover County, you're along the coast, 52, 47. 4 years ago, it was the other way, 50 to 46. You're flipping
January
counties because
4th, you're not going to have to hear that anymore.
Voters. This again, the Republican revolt. Women will watch the women votes number, the gender gap at the end of the night. But if you're coming in here now, let me just turn this off as we go and look. Here's where we are. 193,000 votes. That's a little closer. That's a little closer. The election day vote is starting to come in. The lead is shrinking a little bit. And again, as the election day vote comes in, you're watching places like this, tiny counties, right? There's 100 counties in North Carolina. This is number 21. This is where the president does it. 70%, things like that. You come back in time. 72%, right? So this is where he does it here in North Carolina. We're going to watch this play out. I just want to pull out the map just to see if anything else has changed. Come back to 2020 and take a look. Texas is still blue. Let's just take a peek. Still at 65%, but again, see the smaller here. Most of that's going to fill in red. Most of that's going to fill in red, but if you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that, you're encouraged. We got a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Let's just move around. Oklahoma is as it should be. We see that one coming in red. I want to come back over here and look again at Georgia. We haven't had any votes from Georgia in a while. The vote count's not going up that much. It's a comfortable lead for the president right now, but we got a long way to go.
Wow, Georgia really flipped,
didn't
it?
Decide it all. Again, the president needs this one. Absolutely needs this one, without a doubt. We're at 52%, 54 to 45. Battleground, Ohio. Map starting to fill in. There's still a long way to go, Wolf.
Certainly is. Voting, John, is about to end in 14 states. That's the second biggest wave of results.
You guys ready for the countdown? Aren't these fun? Here we go.
Votes
countdown with Dave's Garden.
We're watching
10, 9, 8,
Arizona
7,
in the west,
6,
Michigan and
5,
Wisconsin in the
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Here we go!
Joe Biden will win the state of New York and win its 29 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New York State.
We do that.
We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With Biden winning New York State, Biden is now ahead. He has 59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now. See where things stand. First of all,
let's get a key race alert,
right
son.
now, 15 electoral votes.
Woo! Big money, big money. Let's go.
The vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio. Right now, more than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there. An impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%.
Quarter million, more than a quarter million people.
In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote
got
lead
Michigan.
over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia.
He's got Georgia.
Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden.
Biden ain't coming back in those states.
To 41.8%. In Virginia,
it's up to fucking Ohio and Pennsylvania,
Trump has
man.
a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now, so I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now, and we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio, and the more of this is starting to fill in, right? But I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive, and it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much do you do? Can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your #1 vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here. We're up to 61% of the vote.
Right on, Adam. What's up, son?
It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math. right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. As you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio.
I got the
you're trying to
bees
do it.
chilling.
So let's move out of Ohio.
Call
One place
me
that's been red
the
for a long time. People from
bees.
home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state, but look, the president has a healthy lead right now. That's not insignificant. That's not insignificant at all.
I keep
However,
beasling down the road.
This is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state. Only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have 2 more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73 electoral votes as of right now. Trump has 48. Remember, you need 270 needed to win the presidency. 73 to 48 right now. The electoral map is obviously the most important.
It is, and at the moment it is filling in as expected in the sense that nothing that's happened so far on this map, these were all solid states. The red states you see for the president, whether it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, we had those solid Trump coming in, so no surprises here. Over here, where we're counting votes, potential surprises. You look at these states up here again, no surprises here. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, New York. Those were solid Biden states coming in. So
and Ohio,
Biden,
Adam.
48 for the president. The question is, where do the big prizes go, right? So let's come. If you remember this map, right? It's as it was, which means it is as it was. We go back 4 years ago. This was the Trump map. So nothing has changed so far. But remember what we're seeing on the other map. Just for now, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. But if that changes, and that changes, right there gets Trump down to 273. So imagine that, right? So then, if you're looking around, Joe Biden, you have a chance in Arizona. We're not there yet. We got a long way to go before we get west, right? If you keep looking at this map, Joe Biden had a healthy lead at the end of the campaign in Michigan. He had a decent lead at the end of the campaign in Wisconsin. He thinks he can win Pennsylvania, although we'll see how that one goes. But it just tells you the menu. That gets Joe Biden to 322. We don't know if that's the way it's going to turn out, but it just tells you that he has more options anyway. And if you can add Ohio to that, then it's just a buffet.
Actually, do I think Biden's going to win?
To run it up and to take away the president's map. So if you're the president,
right now, I think Biden's going to win.
You had 306, right? So you're trying to figure out, what am I going to lose? Right? If you're in the president's campaign, what am I going to lose?
Press
well, again,
1 if you think Biden's going to win. Press number 9 if you think
votes in Michigan.
Donald Trump's going to win.
Deficits before, not quite that big.
1 if you think
though. It's a bigger
Biden.
Deficit. But if you're
9
the
for Trump.
And you think
let's do a little
you may
poll.
lose those two, look where you are now. You're already at 280. And so at Joe Biden, if he can get Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're just starting up here, there are other options. He has so many menu options, but those two coming in look like they were there. This is why, if you're the Trump campaign, at this point you're getting nervous because that means you
Alan
can't afford
says
to
Trump.
lose that.
Connor
right?
says
and Joe
Biden.
Biden's leading there right now. And even if you hold that, there's just no way you can lose that. That would do it. And again, we're not done with Florida yet, although
Enoch says Biden. Megsy says Biden. Billy Ellison says
Joe Biden's
Trump.
competitive in Arizona. Texas, we're still early in the night on. The idea is that the menu options are more plentiful for Joe Biden to get there. Doesn't mean he gets there, but if you're sitting in the Trump campaign right now, the state you're watching most nervously, well, I'll give you 2.
Ohio.
Number 1 is Ohio. Number 2 is North Carolina.
Well, let's look at that.
So let's come on over.
Viewers right now. Let's start with Ohio.
Let's come on over. Ohio, right here in the middle. Again, Michigan is red right now. It's a very early vote. Doesn't mean it won't end up that way. It certainly did 4 years ago. That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan
Richard.
red, we're very, very early.
Richard
we'll come back
says
to them
Trump,
when we have a
Seth
significant amount of
says
votes.
Biden.
If we're not spending time on them, that means we don't have any significant votes yet. So we're not ready to do that. We do have significant votes here. And again, it's cliche but true. No Republican has won the White House in modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And if you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52 to 46.
Right, Dart?
That's where you want to be. You want to be on top whenever, but we do have a ways to go. But if you watch this map play out, I just want to go back. Doesn't look a lot different, right? But just watch where you see a little bit more blue when you come back in here. You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take a look. Lucas County, look at this. And again, here's your opportunity, right? Is this early vote? Joe Biden, 73% to 26% at 39%. So watch when that number's higher later in the night. Are the margins still like that percentage-wise? Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now, 73-26. That matters. That matters. Those margins matter in places where there are votes. And you come across, again, we did Cuyahoga County, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where Donald Trump made inroads, 67% to 31 right now.
Jack
you go back 4 years ago, 52-43.
Says,
that's a big difference. That's a big difference. So if Joe Biden can hold that, again,
Dragon Slayer 420 says Biden.
And this was the central argument of the Biden campaign. Scrappy kid from Scranton, middle class Joe, pick however you want to describe it, that I can go into these places, not only win them, but outperform Hillary Clinton, make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio.
I think these presidents should only have 2 years.
Come along the river and the valley here. 61%
to be president. 2 years, you got 2 years.
So let's just see. This is a place where the president
anymore.
has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time. We'll see if they turn out this time. If I had votes last time, I just want to show you
shit.
46%, right?
And that's,
this was very close last time.
People need to vote these motherfuckers out
of the 88 counties in Ohio. It's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes, and it matters not only here. You go across the border, then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together.
He's going to be so shamed. Trump's going to feel so shamed if he gets.
Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people who swung it. So let's pull back up and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up. Cincinnati, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it. You're placing a marker. You say that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then. Almost 70%, 69%. Now that's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout? This used to be a Republican area. This is again a changing community because of the suburbs. And if Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there. Game over. There's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus, labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here, but it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time, 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult, some of it's not. Look at that, you're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now, we're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. That percentage stays there as we go up, but again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy, but you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge that we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win out game. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. That Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House.
Yeah,
tonight.
but like someone said earlier,
right now.
I wish I could remember your name, bro. You said
126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come
mail-in voting favors Democrats, and the later voting will probably favor the Republicans.
That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more votes to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33, 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts, 82 to 17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too, 80 to 18.
I don't know,
President needs to
Connor.
narrow
That's a
that
good
gap. That is
question.
the repudiation of the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. By number one, I mean the most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs.
COVID. I don't know what Donald Trump's gonna do, man. Oh, here's a projection.
But it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have 2 more projections right now.
Projection
time!
time!
Now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States.
I wonder what it was like when it was Hillary Clinton doing this, if the numbers were like this at first. Was it 80 to 51 with Hillary Clinton right now, and then it flipped over?
2020 right here, a healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58 to 40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this is a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential race. The balance of power in the Senate could also hinge.
Yeah, Trump's going to take Georgia for sure. Look at that.
If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable lead for the president. The question is, what is still to come in this night that's a little different than previous election nights because of the mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, but we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things we've been looking at throughout the night is the president outperforming. He is in some counties right there. This one tells you this one's important when you look at them. They're all important, obviously. You like every vote you can get, but right here in DeKalb County outside of Atlanta, the president now he's getting, you see, oh wow, it's very early. So I say it's important. It's important if it stays that way. You see that vote count right there is pretty low. It's important if it stays that way. Is the president underperforming anywhere in Georgia? Well, early on, I suspect I'm going to find the same thing, but I'm going to look in these counties here. The question is how much of the vote is in. Not much. Fulton County is Atlanta. One of the reasons, so Donald Trump has a comfortable lead right now in Georgia. Well, we don't have many votes out of the single largest county in Georgia. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep looking at this state. The Democrats believe it's much more competitive than these numbers tell you are right now. So I say the president's underperforming there. Let's check in later in the night. There's not that many votes there right now. So we don't know enough. Let's see, is Biden outperforming Clinton anywhere? Again, it says he is up here. Very preliminary vote count, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. We come down here and let's see. It's also really preliminary if you look at the vote counts. We have a long way to go in Georgia. Just go back and look at the count now. She won that county with 62,290 votes, and we're at 23 right now. We know turnout is up everywhere, so that tells me when you go through it, we're overperforming, underperforming. We'll check in on it later in the night.
He knows this shit,
right now, the vote
man.
counts are pretty small, so
that's why we're watching this guy, John King, for election shit.
This is where most of the votes are.
This
right
guy
here.
knows.
It's a big state. It's an important. I'm not saying the other places are unimportant, but this is where most of the votes in Georgia are, right up here in Atlanta and the suburbs. So you start in Fulton County. You pull it out. I'm gonna get rid of the illustration.
You think Connor? You think he'll quit?
This right here, 10% of the vote.
That'll be horrible if Mike Pence runs the country.
When you move over here, Cobb County, 30% of the vote in. That's good for Joe Biden if you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs. You come back there, it was much more competitive. Again, suburbs, one of the biggest stories in America right now, American politics as they shift. Move over back to Fulton. You come to the suburbs to the east. Gwinnett, 15%. Again, a long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote. Tends to be disproportionate Democrats.
Pace yourselves, everybody. Pace yourselves.
If it holds up,
we're going to know who the president is tonight, I believe.
But we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia, so we want to wait and see how that plays out. I just want to pull out
next
the
polls close in 42 minutes.
Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for
7
a while.
7 p.m.
Starting
my
to fill in
time.
some counties here. 66%, 1,300 votes in a state like Texas. So it's very competitive. A lot of these states are more competitive this time. And again, that's part of the story. This was not a close state 4 years ago. Almost a 10-point race there, 807,000 votes. 4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are, 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again,
wow.
We don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but There's a Senate race out there. Let's just watch. About 40%
Hey,
of the
Jimmy,
voting.
what's up, son?
Where is it right now? It's coming mostly from here. You can see Riley County, Manhattan, Kansas. Fantastic military base out there. You come out here, you pull out. I want to check in here again because this is it right now. I mean, no offense to any other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game, but we're still at 58% there. Just want to pull back out as we look. Just check down here to see if we've gotten any higher. We're up to 93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards, not in many states perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida
Fucking
as
Florida,
well.
man.
Just pulling out and looking. Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red. People look at the votes are early there. We don't know enough about them. Let's just look. There's some. I suspect this is very early vote.
Oh, my stupid Trump-supporting friends
see
in
that
Florida.
coming in there. Joe Biden up comfortably. We expect that one to stay blue. So Wolf, I'm a broken record. Well, you see, it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see they're red,
Yes.
but what, 17%?
And you have the President of the United States. No, this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted, we'll look early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on. The key is where are we a couple hours from now? And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow.
4% difference in Ohio, guys.
You have good people and officials, they'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just
he's going to want to recount in Ohio.
This is a statement right now. Again, win or lose, Joe Biden is
in Ohio. It's fucking crazy. I was listening to Led Zeppelin live today in the Roxer. Man, they were such a great band. You know, just they could just carry a song. You know, they had every single musician in that band could just carry any part of the music almost by themselves at any point. You know, and they were just so strong, each musician. Sending you to the live show. I could, oh, I've dropped some frames, haven't I? I can refresh the page again, guys, if this doesn't work this time. Wow, you woke up from a nap. I saw the guitar player from Dream Theater in a video. It's a horrible video. He's just talking about his favorite licks, and it's like all this basic shit. You know, you want to see the guy from Dream Theater. You want to just see total shred, and he just gives you total fucking bullshit. And commercial break. Oh, okay, commercial break. Okay, it was just freaking out a little bit. I see. Here we go. Here we go. I guess it's coming back. We have any breaking news? Breaking news. We're calling a state. It's Florida. And well, that will be enough for.
As we stand by for the next poll closings, right at the top of the hour. Here's an update on the.
CNN is calling Florida and Georgia.
College of votes right now. Biden has 80.
Why hasn't CNN called Florida and Georgia yet? I'm calling Florida and Georgia. Okay.
You need 270 to be elected.
Trump won Florida and Georgia.
Let's get a key base alert and see where things stand right now in these states. Let's start in North Carolina right now. Look at this. 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 100,000 votes. 50.5% to 48.4%.
It's amazing.
in North Carolina, 15 electoral votes at stake. In Ohio right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 132,000 votes, 51.1% to 47.6%, 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania.
It's getting closer.
Only 11% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of about 200,000 right now, 62.2%
Wow.
to 36.7% in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes at stake. 70% of the vote in Texas is in. Look at how close it is. Biden is ahead, but he's ahead by only 5,200 votes, 49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is.
5,000 votes in fucking Texas.
In Texas right now, huge prize, 38 electoral votes in Texas. Let's take a look at some more things right now.
A lot
in
of people in Texas.
11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200.
Look at Colorado, man.
100,000 votes in Pennsylvania and Colorado. Biden is ahead. 32% of the vote is in Colorado. 235,000 vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire, right now, only 17% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes, 54.4% to 44.3% in New Hampshire. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida. Right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48%.
I called Florida already
electoral
for
votes
Trump.
At stake in Florida.
Georgia, I called Georgia for Trump.
Michigan right now, 18% of the estimated
I called
vote
Michigan
is in.
for Trump.
Trump is ahead by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5% in Michigan. Still relatively early in this
Trump.
In Virginia, 41% of the vote
Virginia's
is in.
definitely
Trump.
Trump.
Has a
I'm
lead,
calling it.
Very impressive lead of 330.
Calling it for Trump, Virginia. Why won't they do this? Come on, man.
Votes right now.
Lay your ball
In the
sack
state
out
of
on the
Virginia,
train track, Jack.
57.7% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by
calling Georgia for Trump.
Votes. In Georgia,
that's
right now,
right.
56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dan Ambassador's looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton, keeps that seat going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term.
Oh my God, Mitch McConnell
Tennessee, this is an open
fucking
seat where
won.
Mar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project
Oh
that
my
Bill Haggerty will
God,
win
what a douchebag, man.
a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN.
They fucked up.
And projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington, representing that state. It was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington, representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican Lindsey Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now let's look at what this all means.
Biden's going to
in the
win,
big
you
picture
think?
right now. Democrats
Evan?
are leading in 3
I'm calling it too.
Republican
I think
seats.
Biden's going to win
Democrats
too.
must pick
We
up
already did
4
this, but
Republican
yeah.
seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called.
All right, thanks very much.
Texas. Are you a gigolo, Luke Day? You go service ladies late at night when they need your services? I had to go into a customer's home. Gigolo Luke. The show is currently unavailable. Bro, Texas is crazy. Texas is crazy, man. 5,000 people right now. Florida and Georgia were both showing Democrat. Isn't that funny? And they both flipped big time. They flipped so big.
Has a much more narrow path to re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again,
Daytime. Oh, I got you, Luke.
2016, president was behind, he roared back. Election day turnout overwhelmed, Hillary Clinton's lead in the polls. Joe Biden's lead in the polls was bigger.
We call
this
that
time.
afternoon delight
Michigan,
here.
It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. You're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up two of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio and North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say to people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that's been trending blue, but, and here's the but. And this is the anomaly.
Here's the but.
We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting, right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina.
Really? He thinks Virginia's going to change.
Now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point, down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right, 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. So you get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote.
Acid Donkey 47, what's up? He says Trump sucks.
If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5. Let's go back
Megsy wants to know. Hey, Luke, Megsy wants to know where the gigolos in Australia are, bro.
Votes then. 16-point race. You come back here. 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right. In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election,
Alex
that's a good
Gerald
thing. More
says
Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes, 302,000 votes, 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016. 196, You come
Let's look at the
forward
president numbers.
179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go. 80%.
Sandra McWright says Trump bites. 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 Sandra McWright says Trump bites.
When you round up 63 to 33, again,
I had nowhere to go with that.
In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first I just want to show you the board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago.
Luke.
Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more election day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina.
Wow, North Carolina's going to be hairy, bro.
It's really important right now. Look at 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting. In many of the states, if you looked at the data, disproportionately for the Democrats. So they got a couple laps in, if you will, on the Republicans. That's great. It's great to be leading the race, but you have to finish the race. And you finished the race today on Election Day. And that was the challenge for the Democrats. And that was the concern as they saw the president going around. How many rallies did he have in Pennsylvania? How many rallies did he have in North Carolina?
29 electoral votes from Florida, man. Trump wins.
Trying to get voters out of the vote.
29
today. And so as David makes the point here, you know, you've gone from 120 something to 111, now to 84,000 votes ahead. You want to be in the lead. You'd rather be in the lead always, of course. But now we're going to keep counting these election day votes.
Why don't you give him Florida and Georgia right now, motherfucker? You know he won Georgia. You know he won Florida.
And if you're Joe Biden, you're happy.
Why won't they do it? Why don't they call those 2 states?
This is where you had a rally the other day. You hope that there's not many more votes to come here. Because you just see the margin, right? 30,000, just shy of 30,000 votes.
Dude, it'd be so much more exciting if they would, because those numbers would be right next to each other.
27,000, and you loosely run it up. This is one of the places. I call Trump super counties where they go there for a reason, because they know they have voters.
How many votes does Georgia have?
On Election Day, and that was the challenge. So now we're going to see. The Democrats don't have to beat Donald Trump today in the Election Day vote. They don't have to beat him, but they have to be competitive. They can't get, if they get shellacked today, you lose what you gained with the early vote. And so we're going to keep watching as this comes in. And we have some places where we still have no votes, right? So you're watching those as well. It's just we're waiting for people to report. This was a big Trump
Texas is off by 5,000 votes, so you're doing fine in Texas. It's a good mix.
4 years ago in this county, look at the difference. There's 24,000 votes more than that, 26,000 votes. So you can get them in the places we're missing. When you come back in here,
I don't know how many electoral votes is Texas.
Where the president did quite well in 2016. So that's the concern. If you're in the Biden campaign headquarters, you like how this looks, but you know there's more to come. And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts within those precincts. They know what their data tells them about who lives there and how they're doing.
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there, 86%. Again, just one quick point before we do it, before we leave. This is a place where they ran it up 4 years ago, so that's not quite as significant. I want to move over here. This is the thing. We'll come back here to Raleigh, to Wake County and the suburbs. Does the math change and does the margin change as that election day vote comes in? So
Georgia's 16.
Now you want to go back to Ohio, and you come back here, 64%. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slog since. And look how close that is. 13,461 votes. They call them battleground states for a reason.
I thought Biden's going to win. Now, man, it's looking weird.
With 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're
I don't know,
halfway in.
man.
You're getting 8,700.
How many votes is
The other guy's
California?
2,900. You'd rather be leading than trailing, but you're watching those leads shrink or do we have trouble?
Let's go back to David Chalian. David, take a look at Ohio right now. How much of the vote is very close? Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden in Ohio.
Oh shit! Trump wins. Oh, Trump's coming.
Right now, how much is the early vote as opposed to the today vote?
Yeah, you're noting Joe
Trump
lead over Donald Trump.
Trump looks like
now of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden.
Right.
But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more early vote comes in, Joe Biden could potentially have that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida, and North Carolina, and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down, Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped that they would. The states that they thought that he had a good chance, maybe because of turnout, maybe because of demographics, are tight, which is fine. But it's election day, and you have to actually win the state in order for it to matter. So, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but this is a map that, as you just said, is probably just going to come down to what we always thought it would come down to, that blue wall up there, that Biden really, really at this point must hold on to in order to get to.
Although the Biden people, we should say, have not conceded any Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, and they feel very good. They still feel good about North Carolina. They still feel very positive about Arizona and the blue wall. But it's just not going to be, as some Democrats were hoping for, that they thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, there is no landslide that we're looking at. No way, given the numbers that we've seen, particularly when you start the night in Florida, when it's as tight as Florida tends to be. And it's maybe even less so right now as they continue to count the votes. What is interesting is Florida, one of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they're doing not as well as they hoped is because they're really underperforming with Latino voters.
Right.
They're hoping to change that dynamic in a big way when Arizona starts to count the votes, that they're hoping that that is what helps to buoy them in Arizona.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. The Latino voters in Florida, a great deal of them are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida, very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong, is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that
And a lot
of
of,
the population.
a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now. What do we see?
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia. Virginia certainly we thought would be blue. It has increasingly become a blue state. Let's start in Michigan, because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016. You see a lot of red on the map right now, but again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red up here. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here? That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now. It's 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base. 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Shelley and give us some context on these two states. What we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria.
All right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. I take a look at the CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes here. It also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama, will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when polls will close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral votes. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden looking to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, while the president is hoping to hold on to Iowa after winning it handily.
Dude, you're not.
4 years ago. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is in Ohio right now. Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5% for Biden. Look at that, how close it is in North Carolina. 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1%. percent over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead. 50.7% to 47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states.
It's anybody's game right now, bro.
Right now, Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Michigan. Right there in Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty impressive lead there as well, nearly more than 364,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia.
Call
16
fucking
electoral
Georgia.
votes there. In Texas, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of 170,000 votes over Biden in the state of Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes. In Virginia, 45% of the estimated vote is in. And look at this, Trump still has a pretty impressive lead of more than 311,000 votes in Virginia, 56.4% to 41.7%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So remind us, big picture, where we are right now in this race to 270.
Well, you're getting the building blocks, right? The building blocks are the solids, the states that you depend on. The Democrats depend on certain states, the Republicans depend on certain states. And the way this map is filling in right now, nothing here is a surprise. So both campaigns doing the building blocks.
I'm gonna press the go live button. We're gonna fast forward.
In the blue wall states, was thinking, what can we get? So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans
89 to 72 right now, man.
But Trump thought he could get there.
This is starting to feel like 2016 all over again.
Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It's just, if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But we saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days of their campaign. When you know there's going to be subtraction, you look for addition at the moment. We'll keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. She's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. In Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats, and right now the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight, Wolf.
Big pickup for the Democrats there. Thanks very much, Diana. So, John, we're looking at the big picture right now. The popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
We are, but it is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter, and so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything, but it's one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again. He lost to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first, but let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out? So that's one way to look at it. And some people out there I know, a lot of Democrats, having lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the Electoral College. Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states. Each campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here, these are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun.
4 hours.
13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country. Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting. mail-in voting, in-person early, but right now 49.5 to 49.2 in a state the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. Just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55%, still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more election day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the election day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It's close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now. 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. 13, there's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? Then you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all election day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge margin, 83%. You think you're going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early election day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. What's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? And we'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in. 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll
10,
closings.
9, 8,
4 states,
7,
including the key battleground
6,
of Iowa
5,
and Nevada. Total
4,
of 21
3,
electoral votes are on
2,
the line right now.
1. Woo! Here we go again!
We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada, right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well. Another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert.
Dude, we can't do Trump for 4 more years.
Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now, 29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 64.2%.
Well, then he wins Minnesota.
In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in.
He's going to win New
26% of the vote
Hampshire.
is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%. We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now. Let's check out Florida right now. Trump is pretty comfortably ahead with 93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden. In Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Florida and Pennsylvania, only 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 46,000 votes.
Trump fucking went ahead Pennsylvania.
In
What?
Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, a quarter of the vote almost is in. Trump is ahead by 228,000 votes, but it's early. 23% of the estimated vote is in, 57% in Texas, 77% of the vote is in. Trump has a 215,000 vote lead over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In Wisconsin, more than a quarter of the vote is in. Trump has a narrow 28,000 vote lead over Biden right now. It's still early, 50.6% there. In Georgia, 51% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead right now, 346,000 lead
really
over
looks
Biden.
like Donald Trump's going to win, guys.
In Georgia. In Virginia, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump's lead is 189,000 votes over Biden, 53% to 45.3%. Let's walk over to John King at the magic
It looks
wall.
like
John,
fucking Donald Trump's going to
what are you
win.
looking at right now? What's jumping out at you?
Right now, I was just looking every now and then. I just like to look at president by county. I just like, we look by states all the time. I just like to look by county. You'll see a lot more red counties in America. You always do. That's the way it works. But yeah, because of the smaller counties, but the Democrats win in the red counties. We're just taking a look at that. It's a personal curiosity as we go through the nights. And now we come back to this right here, 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote. But that's not how we pick president. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red. The president ahead right now. If you look at the vote there, 70% there, 128,000 lead. A big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. This is why we've been telling you throughout the night. It requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your part as well. They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings. And sometimes they're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The President of the United States now leading in a state he must win, battleground Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. 70%, still a ways to go. And as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are changing at all as we play through this. This is a big shift. This is a very big shift on the map. President Trump, Ohio goes back to red for now. We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there. You're looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out a second. If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening again. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you're a Republican, you're saying that's what we needed. Here's the thing. Slow down. We have a long way to go in all of these states. No offense to anybody, but we're 21% right here. We know Pennsylvania has some issues. Some of the mail-in votes won't even be counted until tomorrow. It's worth looking at. These are all real votes. The question is, we don't have context yet because we're so early in these states. So just be careful. Don't look at the map at this hour and make any judgments because we're in the middle chapters here. In some states, in the early chapters.
You fucking hate Joe Biden, right?
Now. Last time
right, David C. Baker? You'll never vote for Joe Biden. Why are you having a panic attack?
Now, but that's a tiny, tiny vote count. There's a long way to go in these states.
Oh, never vote for Joe Biden. You said it all fucking year.
Wisconsin and look, and again.
Oh, never vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, I'll never vote for Joe. Why are you having a panic attack?
Again, 30% of the vote, a long way to go. So when you pull it out like this, people look at it at home and you think, wow.
What's that all about?
We have a long way to go in a lot of places, including Virginia is red right now. If the president can keep Virginia red, the president's going to be reelected.
Virginia does not look good for Joe Biden.
But we don't know this yet still. 53 to 45, that's actually gotten closer in recent times. And again, you come back up here. This is where elections in Virginia are won and lost. Northern Virginia is what has changed Virginia from a purple state to a blue state, and we're waiting still. We only have 28% of the vote. Fairfax County, it's the largest vote center in the state. It is Democratic, overwhelmingly so. So we'll see when votes come in here. Let's move down here. Look at this. Look at North Carolina. This was over 100,000 at one point. I think it was over 120,000 at one point. It is now 5,000, 2,000 as you speak. More votes come in. That's the magic. That is the magic of live data reporting and counting votes. 2,000 votes ahead, 49.4 to 49.4 in battleground North Carolina. Joe Biden doesn't need it, but if he gets it, he blocks the president's path to re-election, most likely. This state, remember, and again, this is a textbook example of what we've asked throughout the night. Patience on our part, patience on your part. Early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead. Now we're getting election day votes in. North Carolina, tight.
Let's take a look at Arizona. The votes coming in relatively quickly in Arizona. I think nearly a quarter of the vote is in Arizona.
And so you see it blue right now, not since Bill Clinton has Arizona ended the night.
Arizona's fucking blue.
Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has Arizona gone blue. And so you look at it now, and you see the entire state. You see the familiar cities: Flagstaff, Sedona, Yuma, Tucson. Let's be honest, this comes down to Maricopa County and Phoenix, one of the fastest growing areas in America. 60% or more of the vote comes right out of here, 77% of it in. Again, we'll figure out what's missing from that. But Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 44, so a 10-point race, a little under 10-point race. Let's just go back and look at it. Excuse me, get that to click in. Again, so Donald Trump wins Arizona 4 years ago, wins Maricopa County. This is the biggest basket of votes. Phoenix and the fast-growing suburbs. 4 years later, from 2016 to 2020, this is one of the fastest-growing states. You get out of Phoenix, you get down here, Goodyear and the like, fast-growing suburbs. Again, the suburbs have revolted against this president. There's an important Senate race in this state as well. Let's come back to 2020 and look at the map. That Maricopa County is blue, is a source of joy in the Biden campaign right now. They have to keep it that way. Let's just look down here. Pima County, again, 64 if you round that up to 35, 80% of the vote in. You go back here, 54. So by 10 percentage points, you're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago, already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere. That's a good thing. We want that to happen every time. But again, you see the split right there. Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton there. You got some rural areas here to fill in the state. If you go back in time, you can see what happens here. The states, but this is it. This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the
7, 10, and 2 minutes, everybody.
The President of the United States. Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona.
Do a dabby dab.
The biggest piece of the state. Joe Biden doing what he has to do otherwise. And again, Wolf, we talked about this before. Both campaigns look at the last guy's map. So you look at the Trump map from 2016. If you're Joe Biden, priority one, hold every Clinton state, and then look for things to flip. If you can flip Arizona, you're chipping away at the president. So the main priority for the Biden campaign is that blue wall. Let's come back out and look. This is the main priority. Flip these guys back. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you do that, that's all you have to do if you're Joe Biden. That's all you have to do. But your backup plan, get something else, right? North Carolina is your hope. That one's getting close. If you can't get these, you go over here as well. You say North Carolina right there. That's 1,300 votes.
Basically a tie.
That's basically a tie. Again, if you
happy 7-10, everybody, cheers.
A win is a win. But we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Gotta give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly. Yeah. In the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year.
No longer regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all. Cheers, everybody.
I want to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check out the Midwest, but you see 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see here, 70%. So 4 years ago, more conservative part of the state, 51. This is where we are now, 51 to 46. Let's just go back, 48. So the president actually doing fine here, right? Doing better, at least so far, right there. 26,000 votes now, 25,000. So the president doing better here, running up some votes here. The problem for the president, when you look at it this way, though, and come back to 2020, is that's great. That's what you want to do. You want to do better everywhere you can. The issue is way more people live here, way more people. And so you get 798,000, 77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the.
I live in California. I moved here just so I could do
49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game changing if you can keep that there.
So I could do it and do it on the internet.
We're still counting in Arizona, and again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this here. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago. And again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290. If you had a lead here, that would get the president down to 280. Then if you can pick this up here, you're at 269, 269. Everybody at home take a gasp right now. 269, 269. It never ends up this way, but we do have scenarios where it happens. And then if you're Joe Biden, you look up here in the state of Maine, you think you're going to pick up that 2nd congressional district. Just that, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, that's just as, I mean, they're not easy to win, so I shouldn't say just. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and the congressional district there. There's also a congressional district in here, Nebraska and Maine. do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So
Yeah,
it is possible
Amy,
for
you
Joe
should
Biden
move
to
to
win the
California
presidency.
or
That's a
another state
squeaker,
that's legal.
But that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, what, 5, 6, 7-point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4-point lead at the end of the last race. But you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game. That's the game. You look at the last guy's map, you take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple. Competitive state, that was red. That was red. The changing of American demographics. I know tonight we're picking a president, 2020 and beyond, but we're also watching a changing country and how it votes. And it's fascinating. Now we'll come back to here because we're not done yet on these things. But here's where we are right now. As they start to build the building blocks up, this is where it gets interesting. 89 to 72. We're starting to fill in as we come over here. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is, this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here too. That's why as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota. Not happening if you look at it right now. So we don't see that yet. We'll watch them. We'll continue to watch it. Just want to keep checking in on these
Amy,
again.
I'm glad I could
if you're in
get
the Trump
bring this to
campaign
you then.
headquarters, you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If you can hold those, then you hold the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while. But this is slow count, slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30% of the vote in Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan.
Trump or
Again,
Biden?
some of this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can. As we get later in the night, we'll know more about that. And then you come over here to
Nobody
Pennsylvania.
knows right now, bro.
Again, very, very early in the night. You see, I just want to take a peek down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing, which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania, so we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio.
They keep going back
Donald
to
Trump
Ohio.
stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes. The Republican governor, Mike DeWine,
Ohio
thought the president would squeak it out. We'll see. Got a ways to go yet. As David Chalian noted, there's some early votes still to be counted there. So this.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell, man, they didn't
swing
fucking
again.
vote his old
That's
ass
why we
out.
count to
Those
the end.
idiots.
And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red
Unreal.
for the president.
That's worse.
25,000 votes ahead. This again. You're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted, and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted. Sometimes they...
Dude, just say
count the early votes first, or the mail-in
Florida,
votes first.
Texas,
and today
Georgia,
votes,
give them
election day
all
votes
Trump,
later.
man.
Other states do it in a different
It
order,
is.
and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line.
Right.
49.6 to 49.2. Let's pull this out. You see this red here. Again, this one here, I'm waiting. To see up to 54% right now. There are some Democrats in Virginia who are starting to get a little nervous, and they're calling the Fairfax Board of Elections and saying, hello, can we get the votes? So let's see what happens. We watch that one play out and come down here, battleground Florida. Again, president's starting to inch this one out a little bit. 51 to 2.
He's like a little cokehead with that map, isn't he?
Again, this is Florida. If that holds, by Florida standards, that's a blowout. But we'll see. We'll go back 4 years ago, 49 to 48. One of the things we are seeing, one of the things we should make note of this, we have it earlier, is that the third-party candidates are not getting the votes they did 4 years ago. So you have winning candidates in states getting over 50%. The national vote still right there. Let's go back to Arizona and see if we've racked it up at all. Up to 73% now. 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54 to 45 if you round it up. 49 to 45. 4 years ago, Joe Biden. Maricopa County is the down. And again, the city of Phoenix. The suburbs around it. If you go to Arizona, you were there 10 years ago, and 5 years ago, and 5 weeks ago. You just know the change that's happening. This is one of the fastest changing places in America, growing out here in the suburbs.
It looked like your county was blue.
$800.
Probably going to a commercial. Hey, RB. They go into a commercial. Hey, you're going to a commercial, everybody. All right, Amy. All right, Doc. Yeah, I'll bet you more than one QAnon's gonna win a goddamn seat in the goddams. Those QAnons, man. You know the difference between a QAnon and a flat earther? A QAnon actually believes they're bullshit. I guess I should refresh the page by now, huh? It's probably going to say it's a, it's probably going to say it's the thing again, with the thing and the whatchamacallit, with the commercials. Yeah, that's what they call that, commercials. Motherfuckers. We have little circles coming off my mustache eventually. What's going on here with the goddams? We've lost connection with CNN, man. Happy 420, everyone. What's going on here, man? I'll refresh the page again. See if this gets it going here. I mean, at least tell us we're on a commercial break. If we're on a commercial break, you know, what happened to that? I mean, they're little tickers running down at the bottom of the screen. Dude. I don't want Donald Trump. But I don't want Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I don't want Joe Biden. I don't want hold on one second, guys. I don't want fucking, God damn it. Fucking shit. I don't want goddams on the goddams from the goddams, dude. I don't want fucking Trump and Pence, but I don't want Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Whatever the fuck. Ugh, dude. Either any of them, dude. What's going on with their feed? Hey Doc, what's up, son? I'm trying to figure out what happened to our feed here, bro. I think maybe I should take a little break. Huh? While we wait for this to pop back on. I guess it's gonna come back on here in a second. We just gotta have faith. Just have faith, man. Alright? Everybody have faith. I'll play you my theme song. I'm gonna go take a little quick break and then we'll be right back, okay? Why do I have Twitter open? What's up with that? Oh, I tweeted before, didn't I? Nobody tweets anymore, Val. Unreal. Don't even do that shit. What are you doing? Nobody even does that. Nobody even does that. Nobody's even doing it like that, Val. It's unreal.
Prepare yourself.
Nobody's doing that, Val.
Prepare yourself.
Nobody's doing that anymore, Val. Nobody's doing that anymore,
Down and take a cash in your chest. We still live one example. Blame it on Ringo, on the woman in red. Don't fool yourself, it's all in your head. You're the mascot of the next century. Look in the mirror, scout insecurity. I'm waiting for you, my eyes burn. My point is no, cause you'll never learn. You'll never learn, I'm waiting for you. You'll never learn.
It starts with an F.
Love that music. What's going on with these people over here at CNN, man? They cut their own feed, man. They don't want the people to know what's going on anymore. They do not want us to like or appreciate what is going on anymore. They're not telling us. I don't know why this is happening. Maybe I could go to YouTube and find a feed. Because this one is gone. It's not coming back up, and I don't know why. But in order for us to do this, I'm gonna have the feed, you know. So let me go over to YouTube, since CNN has totally fucking failed me. I mean, I could go to their ticker, but let me see what we got. Tim Black, The Line, Matt Dillahunty. Lee Camp already pushed out. CBS Live. Okay, let's see what this is. Yahoo Finance Live. We'll try the CBS Live. Let's see what that is. What? Some kind of a weird fucking... Nobody even does it like that anymore, pal. It's unreal. Nobody's trying to even do that.
The biggest names in politics.
Nobody's doing the biggest name.
That's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did this Tell me about the decision.
I guess this is the live feed.
Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Brennan on CBS.
Go.
Where's the election coverage at? Here we go. Okay, they're doing coverage. They're doing coverage here. We no longer needed the coverage. We no longer needed the coverage. So we could sell our and could do what we wanted to do now. Like a... Dude, oh, 93.7.
Does it become... late midnight, 1 a.m. on the morning schedule. Yes, I know. I know. So you're going to sleep right now.
2016, it was what, 2:45?
Yes, we were here till 2:30. That's right. I do remember there were some hamburgers involved late in the middle of the night. But let me, as we were all together. Then, John, let's talk about Arizona, because that's a state where some of the vote is coming in, and I know you did that piece for 60 Minutes because it is.
CNN does it so much better.
And it's changing, and that's what makes Arizona interesting. It's
no, I don't want your fucking opinions about it, dude.
Hopes. Of course, Georgia and North Carolina are too.
I don't want your fucking opinion.
But 300 new people a day move into Maricopa County.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
In the country when Donald...
Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. Yay, Craig, baby boy. Yay, bruh. Alright. New Jersey votes to legalize cannabis. Omar wins re-election in Minnesota. Huh. Come on now. Trump has both North and South Carolina. Trump's got a lot, dude. Trump's got a lot, but it only takes a few blue states. We'll just see if Biden gets them or not, you know? It's not loading. CNN's not loading. This is bullshit, dude. Oh my god, dude. And not loading. I'm gonna see if they got their little ticker. We'll see if they got a little ticker, a live ticker at CNN. We need a ticker. So live video's not fucking working. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Got it. I got it. I got it. They're running it at the top of the screen here. Here we go. I wonder if this is updated. Yeah, updated 1022. Oh, it is updating. Cool. Here we go, guys. I got y'all. Here, watch this. Watch this shit, son. Watch this shit, son. I got you an updated ticker, man. Fuck this bullshit. Right? Watch this. Look at this. Boom. Updating. Live for you guys. There you go. Updated. There you go. Since we don't have to listen to their bullshit. Right? That's cool. There you go. Oh, it's saying California. All right, it's showing California. Too bad it's not showing the overall on that page, huh? Wouldn't that be better? Like the fucking Biden wins New Mexico. Are those being updated live too? Where the race to 270 stands right now. Oh, is this live? Updated 1033. Senate control. Dude, if this was a live ticker, this is the one I want you guys to see. 8 minutes ago. Huh. 89.72. 23 minutes ago. Huh. 89.72 to 9. Oh, it just updated. It still says 89.72. It's fucking pop this thing up there. I would watch live TV, but you guys seem to have a hard time with fucking giving me the goddamn live TV for some reason. I don't know what your deal is. It's because you suck. Patrick says it looks like it's 4 more years. It's close, man. It might not be. You gotta wait. We don't know yet. It might be 4 more years. Dude, if Donald Trump gets 4 more years, I'm gonna be making sick cash. I'm gonna like be able to buy another home, and I'm gonna buy property with a spring on it. I'm gonna do everything I want to do. I'm gonna have so much money. I just feel bad for all the people he's hurting, man. You know? Fuck. This is not loading again, man. You're previewing premium content. No, I'm not, you fucking douchebags. I'm looking at a black screen. You fucking lying pieces of shit. I'm not seeing anything. I want that CNN feed, yo. We could have it on audio. You know? We could. Here. Yeah. We can have CNN audio. Here we go. I got this figured out. Check this out. Check me out. Check me out. I got it all figured out. CNN audio. right now.
You save money for life. Get your pick now at blueland.com.
We're Tovala, and we're not like other meal kits.
Yeah!
We don't just deliver
We got
real
CNN
fresh
audio
food.
now.
Instead, our smart oven does the cooking for you. Just scan the barcode, sit back, and relax until dinner is ready. No chopping, no dishes, no hard stuff. Tovala, fresh food that cooks itself. Get started at Tovala.com.
CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Breaking news.
We have some more projections right now. Let's check in New Hampshire. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Hampshire, will win its 4 electoral votes. Biden wins in New Hampshire. There are several states now where CNN projects that Trump is winning, 4 states specifically. CNN projects that Trump will win in Louisiana. He beats Biden in Louisiana, wins 8 electoral votes in Louisiana. CNN projects Donald Trump will win in Kansas, beats Biden in Kansas, 6 electoral votes there. Another 6 electoral votes in Utah. Trump wins in Utah, that's the CNN projection, and another 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 3 out of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are still based on a congressional district. 3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where the electoral college map stands right now. Very, very close. Look at this. Biden has 98 electoral college votes. Trump has 95. You need 270 to win the presidency. 98 to 95. Look at how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a 235,000 vote lead in Michigan, 54.8% to 43.4%. 37% of the vote is in. 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has, looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 387,000 votes, 55.7% to 43.1% in those states. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Arizona, right now, 75% of the vote is in. Biden looks like he has a relatively comfortable 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there has looks like a pretty comfortable nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4% to 41%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
Right, and so now you're getting into the battleground states if we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, you got to get to 100. Both candidates, right, knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises. So in the states so far, the Trump campaign hoped to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map. Both campaigns, this is their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes in Georgia, but comfortable lead for the president right now. North Carolina, a narrow lead for the president, but the president is overtaken. The whole challenge was, would there be an election day surge? We'll see if it holds up. Same thing has happened here. Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close, nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? Right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And if for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelley is getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What do you see?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area. Very, very little early vote in Macomb. No early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, the Biden campaign is hoping he can start to have room here to overtake that lead that Donald Trump currently holds in Michigan. Wolf.
Very interesting indeed, John. Let's take a closer look at Michigan right now. That's a key battleground state. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. The Democrats are hoping to win it this time.
It's made, but let me start with your point. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. You see that big lead right there. Even if the president wins Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. The turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow. And we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now. Again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020. The president's leading there right now, but again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County, David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. We'll come back into 2016. You see it was 48 to 45. This is another one of those suburban battlegrounds we're looking at. The president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan, but we have a long way to go. And it's the same story when you shift over here to Wisconsin, about 40% in. But I just want to come down to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the electoral college map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270 the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right
Trump's
now. We're coming down to 11 p.m.
They're
Eastern,
not
and the
telling
biggest
you.
electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable 290, almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4% to 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on. But to go ahead and tell us what's on.
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places. It's early, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep in to study a little bit. That's what I do when I get a little chance to just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, in the Joe Biden's column gets them up to 118. The president's at 105. But just in the idea of just, you think about the bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs, and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. The president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens when you win the big ones. You see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus, 15, you move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones. So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will, we're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina, they've pulled ahead. It's close. We have to count them still. Same with Ohio. We're still counting votes, but as you see that happen, you see the election day surge pull you ahead, you think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed, but that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback in the Biden campaign. They're still hoping the votes come back, but as you start looking at the map now, you start thinking, okay, this is a more traditional map, which again gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how did I do that? That was good. You do the double sometimes, it gets you. There you go. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is where this night now looks like. A lot of us thought this would come down to this, and it certainly looks like it's going to again. Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden with I think I'm going to glance over my shoulder. Yes, still leading a little bit in Iowa. You see a lead in Montana. We don't expect these to hold up, but we'll see, right? You get surprised sometimes. But so right now on the map, you're looking at this would be the only flip right now. That's the only flip we see for Joe Biden to get him up. But, it's easier to do it more quickly if you switch over here to the president's map. And so the flip we think so far, we're not done, is this. We believe so far the president's holding down here, which gets you back again. Arizona would get Joe Biden, plus the Clinton states, Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270, right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them. Right, so then you're looking here, 245. So what do you need? Right, do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door, because that's 20.
Knocking on the
right?
door.
This is the state of these 3 states in the blue wall. That's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these 2 congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry, now I got to fill them all in, but that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that. You think 1 congressional district could decide an American presidential election? Doesn't happen that often, but it is possible. This is where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district, they're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these, because now we're into tense time in both campaigns.
And in those 3 states, those so-called blue wall states, right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes there.
Plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like that we say it repeatedly.
And a lot of the early vote is outstanding too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why, as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the 3 different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20% of the vote roughly there. You move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. You just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting for all the votes counted today, what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. The map looks at first glance to Republicans, but we're just nowhere near the finish line. Nor are we in Michigan. 39% of the estimate, 54 to 43. You think that's a big number. If you remember how close this was 4 years ago, 10,000 votes, right? 10,000 votes decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president's having a very good night, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that. So when you see that number, that's when you know this is the anomaly of 2020 and how we count votes, and we need to be patient.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
Let's go out west, because this would be, so far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208,000 vote lead, and some change there. Again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton has a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win.
I got a live count ticker for you guys.
Compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America.
There you go.
In this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County.
That's a live ticker,
if this
guys.
holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that we could hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time. This is a giant basket of Democratic votes. If you follow governor's races, they followed Mark Warner's Senate campaign a couple of years ago. That's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again. 50 to 49 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida, 51-47 there in Florida. Again, you're looking at the map, there's a lot of red, including in places that the Biden campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. All right, we have some projections right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of California. That's the biggest prize in the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes. Biden will win California, beats Trump in California. CNN also projects that Biden will win in Washington State. 12 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Washington State. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes there. Biden wins in Oregon right now. One projection for Donald Trump right now. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Wyoming. That's 3 electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call. 4 electoral votes in Idaho. We cannot make a projection there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now. Right now, Biden has a wide lead. He has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead. In Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important Electoral College ballot.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, locks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reason Republicans go to California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington, Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work, since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. And you keep looking at the map here, Virginia, which is really interesting right now. It is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in, having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246. That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map, and where do I get it, right? Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one, and we still don't have, I didn't get Rhode Island on this map, so let me come in here. There we go. You get Rhode Island. That would get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado, we're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Let me do that and cross over again. We come back in here. But let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time. And again, this one has held up pretty consistently, but we've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes in spurts. Sometimes you have long pauses. We're at 75% right now. That's 8 points, 9 points if you round up right there. That's a pretty healthy lead. Most of it's coming from here in terms of the vote count. You see, just in Maricopa County, Joe Biden approaching 800,000 votes, 10-point, almost a 10, just shy of a 10-point race in Maricopa County. That's 60% of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County, that's another 15% of it. And again, that's not even close. And so every indication here is, we still have votes to count, but every indication here is that Arizona is going to flip to blue. And that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. So then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again, just to see. We're up to 58%. It is getting closer, but still, we're waiting. And here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28% for a long time. I'll check in with our decision team and our desk team in a little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe Biden holding that there. You come over Fairfax County, we're waiting. Northern Virginia, Arlington, so it's Fairfax. Fairfax is the biggest basket of Democratic votes we're missing. I just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here, 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're in the Biden campaign, you're getting a little bit nervous about that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay. But at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. And again, we're just waiting on these three, and this is the patience.
It'll take some time, and all three of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now, the second congressional district. There, 57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by. Let me pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. Doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here. So let me just take these away, right? If you can hold this, you're moving closer, right? You're moving closer. That's assuming Virginia flips back, and that's assuming you hold Arizona and Nevada stays. So these are just that would be a change. Donald Trump carried that, and that would be a change. Trump carried that. So that's what you're looking to do. Trump had 306 last time. If you're Biden, you have to subtract from that to get him down below 270. That's one, and that's progress. But these are the big ones. These are the big ones. Again, when you're in the tight part of the campaign, if you think you're going to have that close of a race, and it sure looks like we are, then everyone counts. And so this includes the main one up here. So the math gets really interesting. And again, if you can do this, just forget about it. Because if you're doing this, you're most likely doing that, and you're probably doing that. We always knew. Joe Biden said, a lot of Democrats said, focus on the Sun Belt. Joe Biden said, no, I'm going to start here, and then maybe I'll expand. If he can do this, We're going to spend a lot of time, and these ones may take, some of them again, we may be into tomorrow and beyond. At the moment, we don't know that though. At the moment, these are to be decided, and that would push, and again, if you come at this from a Republican perspective, I did Joe Biden's math to get him up. Donald Trump's leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here. We expect him to win here. That's his. This one's interesting. We expect him to get this, and these normally would be Trump states out here. And Alaska. So again, we're open to being surprised, but if it plays out in a traditional map, that's where we're going to be. That's where we'll be as we go to the West Coast, somewhere in that ballpark. This is not an exact science, but somewhere in that ballpark, looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa, and the one more congressional district there. That's the way the map looks right now. That we're going to have that tension. We'll see. Sometime again, we've had some surprises so far, but we haven't had many flips. We've had some tension. We've had back and forth. And we'll see how it goes. Right now, the only flip on the board is Arizona, maybe that congressional district. We're going to count votes, and again, it's fun for us. It's tense. If you're in the campaign headquarters right now, it is really tense.
Both campaigns, they're very, very nervous right now. But this election is basically different because there's so much early voting that occurred, especially in those blue wall 3 states, and that apparently that early vote, which skews Democratic, has not really been counted yet.
No, and so that's the issue. And I would switch over. And I switch this back. We go through these hypotheticals. It's not to alarm you at home. We go through them. I like to switch it back at the end. So just if you do see it again, you understand where we are, not where we might be. This is where we are in terms of votes. And everything here, this is all real. It's just some of it's not contextual yet because we're waiting. We have pieces of votes, but we're missing pieces of vote. And again, at this point in the night, I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump would be leading in the popular vote, but we have a long way to go. But it's significant, 51% to 47%. He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 3 million votes ahead. We don't have any votes from California, the nation's most populous state. So that's going to change. We know that without a doubt. As the West Coast comes in, we know that without a doubt. But we also know, Pennsylvania is not a small state either, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we have not much in so far. 1.6 to 1.2, just to go back in time and remember, 2.9, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time. All right, so this is just shy. This is just shy of 6. It's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so, if you're looking at the map as a Republican, you're grateful that it's red, but it's really early on. We got a long way to go. And again, I'm going to be a broken record here, but we're looking at Northampton County here, maybe 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. You come down here to Bucks County, key suburb just outside of Philadelphia. This is the more conservative of the suburbs in the call around Philadelphia. 12% of the vote, maybe. You come down to Montgomery County, again, big suburban area, absolutely critical to the Democrats. So you see that Trump lead right now, but we haven't counted most of the votes in Montgomery County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Chester County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Delaware County. And the biggest basket of them all, Philadelphia City, and then Philadelphia County around it, the suburbs around it. It's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic, and we haven't counted hardly any of it.
Only 22% of the vote. Philadelphia County is in.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at a football game and just saying, okay, first quarter, end it. It's not the way it works.
I want to check in with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have a lot more to go. In total, they have around 350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000 mail-in ballots to get to. So I think, as we're looking at this, as we're looking at the numbers slowly coming in there in Pennsylvania, it is keeping us on the edge of our seat, especially in Philadelphia, that Democratic stronghold, John King, where we had 350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through. Right now, though, like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time, they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule a little bit there. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start. And Pennsylvania is a state that does not have a history of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County, again, where Pittsburgh is, you have 350,000 ballots that they're having to get through there. And I'm told by officials, again, in Allegheny County, they're going to be working through the night to try to get everything tabulated. But one person I spoke to said, look, this is going to keep us in suspense because they just have to work through it through the night, and we may not have a better idea in terms of the total tabulation for those mail-in ballots for a bit, John.
We get on the phone from Iowa several years ago, and we may have to do that again. Look. This is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates for president, because you know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you. So look, Joe Biden's leading right now at 98,000 votes. The president has 23,000 votes. It's just not, I mean, it's real in the sense that these are real votes, but it's just not contextual in the sense that we know it's a higher turnout election than 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton won this county with 367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even start counting the mail-in ballots tomorrow. The Secretary of State was leaning on them to get them to try to start today if they weren't overwhelmed on Election Day. And remember, Pam just mentioned Philadelphia. We don't have to. This is not conjecture because we have the words of the President of the United States, who has spent the last couple of days saying he believes there's cheating and there's fraud in Philadelphia. The question is, many of his advisors have been urging him, stay off Twitter, stop talking about this, let this play out. But does the president lose patience as this night goes on?
We're told that in Pennsylvania, John, more than 1 million mail-in ballots, Pamela Brown is telling us, more than 1 million have not yet been counted.
Right, so more than 1 million. So you come back out and you see 1.7 to 1.3, 370,000 vote lead, 373,000 vote lead, but you know more than 1 million, again, more than 1 million have not been counted. So this is real, but it's just now. Again, if it's a baseball game, we're in the 2nd or the 3rd inning at best. Right? It's a football game, we're in an early quarter. Pick your sport. We're early in the game. You always want to build a lead. You'd rather be leading than behind, but it's not contextual. I keep wanting to say it's not real. It is real. These are real votes. They're actual votes. So if I say that, I don't mean it that way. I mean, these are real, but they're not. We just don't have the full picture. Again, I just want to show you these counties. This is look. Think about the places where we are close to the finish line. In every one of those states, we're showing you turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well,
CNN projection. Stand by.
167,000 votes to win the county 4 years ago,
Wolf.
And it was higher turnout
Wolf's
now.
Gonna break
so you're
in
at
with another
25,000
projection.
votes. We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started.
Come on, Wolf.
Move over here to Montgomery County. 4 years ago, this is Joe Biden right now at 110. 4 years ago, 256,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now. So 256,000 then, 110,000 now. We have a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes and 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout. 585 say. Joe Biden has 209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have is a beginning, but we're so early in this race right now, that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States, in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million. Other ballots to be counted if people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win. The state of Mississippi, beats Biden in Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. So with that, Biden still has 192 electoral college votes. Trump now has 114 electoral college votes. 270, the number you need. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Minnesota, let's start. 46% of the vote is in, almost half. Biden has a 264,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.3% to 40% in Minnesota, 10 electoral votes there. In Iowa right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Very close. Biden's lead is almost 40,000 over Trump, 50.9% to 47.3%, 6 electoral votes in Iowa right now. Let's go back to John King as we're watching this. So the count continues, 192. We're watching this race between Trump and Biden, 192 to 114.
Right, 192 to 114. And again, right now, there's nothing on this map that tells it's a flip. Nothing on the map that would be a wow. And yet, we do know, let's go back. I just want to go back to the Trump map. It's just to take us where we are in the sense that we have nothing yet that we flip. But we do believe at least Joe Biden is leading there. That's a potential, right? So you keep looking at this map. That will get Donald Trump from his 2016 map down to 295. So then you go from there. I think we're in a world right now, Wolf, where I'm just going to take these away.
Hey, Joe.
Right? Because we're in such an early state in all of them, we just take these away. And so if nothing else changed, right, if the president holds Florida, we haven't called that yet, it's close, but he's ahead. If the president holds North Carolina, same deal. We haven't called it yet, the president's ahead. If the president holds Ohio. Iowa, we can pull out here and look at the map. I just want to take a peek. Iowa is still blue, but I just want to go over and take a look at it here. 59%. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. That would be interesting if that one switched. But at the moment, we'll just leave it here until we know otherwise. We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio, we haven't called it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything like that. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones that are left. We're somewhere in this ballpark, and we're fighting it out over these states.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch. Everybody's got to be patient, though, and let everyone count the votes as they should. That's what's critically important.
It is critical, and so we're going to get to a point. I'm going to shift maps again. We're going to get to a point again. So we're looking at 11/20. We knew this was going to take time. The Secretary of State in all three of these states have told us, the chief election official here, Secretary of State here, and here, have told us this is going to take time. Please be patient because of the difference between mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and then the election day surge. The priority on election day is to deal with the people in the line, to deal with the coronavirus safety concerns, for example, to deal with ballot integrity and ballot security when you have moving parts. Then you have to count all those mail-in votes. And so you see red, again, if you're a Republican and you're looking at this map, this is a handstand map, but we're just not there yet. Again, these are real leads, but we're just nowhere near done. And I'm going to keep going through them just to see if the numbers change at all. Delaware County, 16%. Philadelphia County up to 33%. We're at 22% more. And you see the math starting to go up there. But still 33%. And you see 209,000. So you've got at least 300,000 plus. If it's a higher turnout election, maybe 400,000 more votes to win. So we're going to have to watch as this one plays out here. And again, you come into the counties around it. In Bucks County, that's 2016. Let me come back here to 2020. It's still at 12%. Again, it's frustrating to people who want to know, especially when you get to this point where if you're a Republican, you think the president's going to hold Florida, hold North Carolina, and hold Ohio. We're not sure about that yet, but if you're looking at the numbers right now, that's what you think. If you're a Republican, you won't get too much of an argument from many Democrats until they see more evidence, until they see something change. They're not going to argue with you. So if you're a Republican and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And if we're defying the odds here, some people thought we were going to lose Florida. Doesn't look like we will. Some people thought we were going to lose North Carolina. Doesn't look like we will. The Republican starts to think, okay, well then we're going to do it here again too. But we just don't know that. We just don't know that, and because of the early counts. I just want to come back out here again. Pam mentioned Allegheny County waiting on a lot of votes. We're at 17%. So just focus. You can look at that, or you can look up here. Again, Joe Biden has 98,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago with 367,000 votes. This is a higher turnout election. The winner of this county is going to be north of that number, right? Most likely north of that number, at least equal to that number, and we're not even close. And so we just have to be patient and wait it out. That's Pennsylvania. Let's just pull it back and come back in. We'll move over to Michigan. We'll just do the same experiment, right? You look at Macomb County. Let's start in a place where the president is leading right now. That would be impressive. If the president can keep that lead in Macomb County, he'd be in pretty strong shape in Michigan. 143,000 right now. We go back in time, 224,000. This is a higher turnout election we expect everywhere, at least close to 2016. We don't expect any place really, especially an important battleground place, to be below 2016. So 224,000 votes 40 years ago, 143,000 votes now. What does that tell you? It tells you we have to wait, and we have to keep counting. Way more votes down here. Wayne County, Joe Biden is ahead right now with 147,000 votes. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton won it. Again, look at the difference. 147,000 votes, almost 520,000 votes. What does that tell you? It just tells you they have a lot of votes to count in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Kent County, in other places in Michigan, and we're just going to have to be patient. And the same story, Wolf, we can go through it if you want, over in Milwaukee. I'll just bring up, in Wisconsin, excuse me. You just bring up Milwaukee. Hillary Clinton gets 288,000 votes right now. We're at 122,000 for Joe Biden. We're in, pick your sports. We're in the early innings. And
so basically, it looks like those three states are going to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Unless we get a dramatic shift, yes. I mean, we sort of knew that coming in. The Democrats did believe, and the polls said they had an opportunity. Opportunity is not winning. You have an opportunity to win states, you have to execute. I think one of the things we're seeing so far, and you have to tip your hat to the president worked hard in the final days of the campaign. The president staged rallies all around the country, and it seems that his rallies actually generated a high election day turnout, which is what they absolutely needed. Is it high enough? We're not there yet. But you do know that some of these states have moved in the president's direction. Again, we're up to 94% in Florida. Can you overcome 381,000 votes when you're this far up? Unlikely, not impossible. We're waiting to see, and again, because of the differences of this year and the different mix of votes, our people are working extra hard, and so are all these election officials. Florida, they were quick, right? The early count was very quick in Florida. We're going to get to the finish line. Just to pop in and look at a place, you're at 95%, right? In a place that's voting Democratic. So if you're Joe Biden, where can you get more votes? Again, the disappointment in the Democratic Party tonight is right here. Not only at the presidential level, but at the House level as well. Some pain in Miami-Dade County. It looks like we're not at the finish line yet, but you see 53% right there. You see 63% right there. That tells you all you need to know about that. So you just come back out on the map. And again, one more real quick, North Carolina, 74,000 votes at 95%, 50 to 49. It's very close, but again, a state the president barnstormed at the end of the campaign. Looks like he generated a lot of election day turnout. Is it enough? We're not quite there yet. But if you're looking at the map right now, again, we'll get to the finish line soon enough. Some places, maybe not soon enough for the people watching at home. You have to tip your hat to the president for moving the needle in some of these states, see if it's enough to get him to the finish line. And yes, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the three most spoken words in presidential politics for the last 4 years, and again tonight.
We'll be patient. Let's check in with Deanna Bash. She's got an update on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning, Deanna?
We have some projections to make, Wolf, and that starts with Alabama. CNN can project that Republicans pick up a seat there. Tommy Tuberville will go on to be the first term in the Senate there, beating Doug Jones, a Democrat. And in South Carolina, this is one of the most watched races in the country. Senator Lindsey Graham, CNN can project, is going on to win re-election, defeating an incredibly well-funded Democratic challenger. And in Georgia, this is one of two races we're watching tonight. This is the special election. CNN can project that this will go to a runoff. In the state of Georgia, a candidate needs 50% in order to win outright. That has not happened. So Democrat Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent appointed Republican, will go on to that runoff in January. Now let's look at some of the tight races we are watching in the battlegrounds for the balance of power. Arizona. The Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, is ahead by more than 200,000 votes at 55.1%. The incumbent Republican, Martha McSally, is at 44.9%. 75% of the estimated vote is in Arizona. Now let's go on to Iowa. The Democratic challenger is ahead there as well. Teresa Greenfield is very, very tight, 599 votes only. She's at 48.6%. The incumbent Republican, Joni Ernst, at 48.5%. And in Montana, the Democratic challenger is ahead. They're very early. Steve Bullock, the former, or the governor, I should say, is ahead by about 12,000 votes. So let's look at what this all means right now. 3 Democrats are leading in Republican Senate seats. Democrats are back to needing 4 seats to pick up in order to flip the Senate, and Democrats have 42 seats. Republicans have 42 seats, and 16 seats remain to be called tonight.
So important what's happening in the Senate. All right, thanks very much, Dana. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's see where things stand. Let's start off in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. 46% of the vote is in. Trump has a 436,000 vote lead over Biden, 56% to 42%. In Wisconsin, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump has an 81,000 vote lead over Biden. It's relatively close, 51.3% to 47%. In Michigan right now, 44% of the vote is in. Trump still has a lead of about 274,000 votes over Biden, 54.5% to 43.6%. Let's go back to Jake. Jake, these three states potentially could hold the key to who's going to be the next president.
That's right. We're all looking at the blue wall. It was a blue wall until 2016 when Donald Trump smashed it. Now, of course, Joe Biden hoping to rebuild it. So let's go check in with our correspondents who are in those three states. Let's start with Miguel Marquez, who is in Detroit, Michigan, where we're told the turnout is higher than it has ever been. Miguel, what can you tell us about the votes that are outstanding? We are waiting to hear how Michigan voted this election season.
We know a couple of things. We know that the vote in Detroit, the biggest sort of Democratic stronghold, they are expecting between 53 and 55% of voters to turn out in this election. That doesn't sound like a very high turnout, but when you consider that Donald Trump won Michigan by 10,704 votes back in 2016, that could be a critical difference. Also, across the entire state, they are expecting a record turnout across the entire state. It is not clear how that will affect the vote count for either candidate. We also know that they are still counting. This is a receiving board where the Detroit Lions play, Ford Field, where they are going to receive votes, day of votes all day long. Those absentee ballots, they are still being counted as well. The city of Detroit getting through a huge tranche of those. We should be seeing some of those votes coming in very soon as well. So votes being counted in Michigan. In the hours ahead, we expect to see much more vote come in. And rather than taking 3 days for the vote to be finalized here, or at least an unofficial result, they believe that in the next 24 hours or so, we will have an unofficial result of who will win Michigan.
All right, Miguel Marquez in Michigan, thank you so much. Let us turn a little bit east to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we find Sarah Murray. Sarah, there are millions of votes that were cast early in Pennsylvania. With the vote right now in Pennsylvania has Donald Trump 1.8 million, Joe Biden 1.4 million, but there's still more than half the ballots waiting to be counted. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, look, there is a lot of outstanding vote here in the Keystone State, and this is not going to be a process that moves particularly fast. That's what election officials have been warning us about. We know there are a lot of these big counties, Philadelphia County, Bucks County, Chester County. They are going to be counting all night long, and these are not places that have really experienced any issues. They're not having any problems. It just takes a while. And the Secretary of State just wrapped up a press conference here. She said, essentially, we need to stay patient. You also need to be prepared for these vote totals to kind of come through overnight in fits and starts, right? They've been reporting day of totals, then they've been going through, opening more ballots, removing those from the inner envelope, putting them through the scanner, and then uploading bunches at a time. So just as you pointed out, this is going to come in fits and starts throughout the night. We may know by tomorrow morning a little bit something more. It may take a while. You know, the Secretary of State was saying these counties are working as fast as they can and as hard as they can. We know, like I said, a lot of these places are working overnight. It is just going to take a while, and it is the first time that Pennsylvania has had mail-in ballots to this capacity. And remember, they couldn't start opening them until 7 a.m. this morning.
All right, Sarah Murray in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Let's go to Bill Weir, one of Wisconsin's favorite sons, who is in Madison. Bill, tell us about turnout in Wisconsin. We're waiting to hear who the Badger State picked to be their president.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a record turnout like most of the rest of the country, Jake, but it's still very early. In fact, some of the election officials in Milwaukee say they won't have their final numbers in until 5 a.m. And that, of course, will be it's expected to be a huge blue boost for President or Vice President Biden when those numbers come in. Just looking at the WOW counties around Milwaukee, Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington County, a little bit better than they were 4 years ago for the Democrats. Trump is still leading in those. He's He won Fond du Lac County a little bit better than he did 4 years ago. But I've been texting with the head of the Milwaukee Democrats, who said he thinks feels like stronger than expected in the Milwaukee suburbs for them, even though Trump is winning those right now. Possibly softer turnout in Milwaukee, they think. Blowout in Madison, likely a red mirage, blue shift kind of night. They think they're shaving those margins around Milwaukee, that they aren't as wide as they were for Hillary Clinton. But as right behind me, we're waiting as all of the wards here in Madison expect to deliver all their ballots here to the election supervisor here. So it's going to be a long night in America's Dairyland, Jake.
All right, Bill Weir, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit, and let's talk about this. I do feel like we've been saying for a long time that anything could happen. This is a very competitive race, and B, that it's really going to come down to these 3 states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and C, that we're not going to probably know who won those states because of all the early vote, the night of election night, and all of that is happening, and yet it still feels like people out there didn't hear us when we were telling them that in the previous week.
And well, I think people hear what they want to hear or need to hear at any given moment, understandably, given how tense the country is. I'll add one state to what you just said, which is Arizona, which also could be a tipping state, depending on how it goes, given what we're seeing so far. The thing to keep in mind is, and some of our reporters mentioned this, is that what we're seeing now is not including the early vote. And the early vote is the one that Democrats feel the most confident about because they encourage their voters to go and vote early. And so that is the missing piece of these vote totals that we just haven't seen yet, which is a really, really key piece because it could change the dynamic abruptly. And I'm talking about early vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those 3 blue wall
states. We just
states.
can't draw any conclusions right now about what's going on up there. And even Arizona is still unknown, but even if we did know Arizona, we would still need to wait on those states to count all of their votes to really get a clear sense of what is going on. So yeah, we're asking for patience, but I also think that it's important for people to recognize that this is kind of the opposite of what we were seeing earlier in the night, when we were getting a lot of mail votes from states like Florida, and it was looking okay for Biden. Now we're getting a lot of election day votes from those states, and those are going to benefit Trump. We just have to wait and see. We can't even say really what is happening in some of these counties because the percentage of the vote is so low, you can't draw any real conclusions.
And just to underscore what we're all saying is the early votes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and especially Pennsylvania are the votes that we expected to be counted last.
Right.
Particularly in Pennsylvania, because that's the law for some reason in Pennsylvania. And so...
Well, the Democrats tried to change it.
They did.
And the Republicans in the legislature wouldn't let them, for whatever reason.
I think we know the reason.
Well, whatever it is, that's the reason. They're counting now. It takes a long time. I don't know if this feels like 2016 when Donald Trump pulled this huge upset and surprised everybody, or it feels like 2018 where Democrats actually had a really good night. It just took longer than a night.
Jake, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the night and you keep saying, which is, it feels like 2020 because, meaning it's not unlike any other year, because going into tonight, in most of these battleground states, the candidates were within the margin of error.
Right.
Yeah. That, by definition, means it is a close race in all of these states, and that is what we are seeing play out right now.
Yeah. And it's a divided country. It's a divided country. It's a close election.
One thing that we can say, based on how close the race is in some of the places that Donald Trump was really at risk of losing, is that the Republicans really delivered in the sense that they were able to keep those races close and in their direction as we speak right now. We're looking at a map in which a lot of states are red because they're trending red and they need to stay that way. And for President Trump, that is a really important thing because we would be having a completely different conversation tonight if we were talking about Joe Biden actually expanding the map in a serious way early on in the night.
Yeah, Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. 1 electoral vote is at stake. 57% of the estimated vote is in Biden has a 16,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.4% to 44.8%. In Arizona, a lot more of the vote is in. 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 203,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.5% to 45.1%. In Minnesota right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 220,000 vote lead over Trump there as well, 54.3% to 43.6%. There's more states. Let's continue the key race alert right now. In Ohio right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has an impressive 434,000 vote lead over Biden in Ohio, 53.2% to 45.3%. In North Carolina right now, 95% of the vote is in. Relatively close, only a 75,000 vote Trump lead over Biden. 50% for Trump to 48.7% for Biden. In Iowa right now, 70% of the vote is in, very close. Only a 31,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.3% to 47.8%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So close in some of these states. There's still a lot of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, and we're going to wait late into the night for some of them, we're told. And again, some grace to the local election officials because they have to deal with this wild and different 2020 mail-in voting, in-person early voting, election day voting. However, in some of these states, as you go through them, number one, again, Pennsylvania, we're still waiting, 50% estimate. We're going to be waiting on that one for a while. Michigan, you pull it out, Trump lead right now, but again, it's just not contextual in the sense that you come down here, Wayne County, 147,000 votes right now. That's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Hillary Clinton was at 520,000, 519,000. 4 years ago. So it's just a reminder to our viewers that these states are counting more slowly because of the complexities of the 2020 election, and it's going to take time. It may well take into the morning. If that's the case, we'll keep counting and we'll stay up all night and watch it play out. Wisconsin, the same thing. So again, if you lived through 2016 and you're a Republican, you're looking at this map and you're saying that looks great. It does look great. It's just not complete, and it's nowhere near complete. Nowhere near complete. So we just need to see. We need to keep counting votes. So then the other anomaly on the map, if you will, there are 2 things that look different compared to 2016. One of them is the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm going to zoom in again on Fairfax County right here. This has been this way for some time. Stuck at 28% for the largest county in the state. You would think, I know it's a difficult year, you would think the largest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia could do a better job than that, 28% at this point of the night.
Hold on one moment, John. Sure. Pamela Brown's got some reporting on what's going on in Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. We're finding out in Fairfax, Virginia, it is slow going, finding out the results there. In fact, we're finding out that they will have the roughly 400,000 absentee ballots results in the next couple of hours, likely before 1 a.m. So far, only around 28% is reported there in Fairfax County in Virginia, and a very small portion of that is Democratic. So we have that going on there. And then you look over in Georgia, it is slow going, John. If you go over to Georgia and some of these counties there, you have Gwinnett County only 29% in, DeKalb, we have only 24% in, and then Fulton has also been slow going. They were delayed because of a pipe that burst earlier, and so they still have 48,000 absentee ballots to go through. They had 2 weeks to process these ballots, but it is slow going there in Georgia. And then we also know, of course, John, in Pennsylvania, more than 1 million outstanding absentee ballots for officials to go through in the Democratic areas there of Pennsylvania. I'm talking about Philadelphia, I'm talking about the suburbs of Philadelphia and Allegheny. And that's not counting these 9 counties, the smaller counties that are waiting until tomorrow to start counting those absentee ballots. So as this picture comes together of what's happening, we really are in suspense there in Pennsylvania.
It's a lot. It's again, you just look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big state, 20 electoral votes, 2 million to 1.5 million. And you think that's a lot of votes. Just go back in time to Pam's point about how many votes still need to be counted. 2.9, and we expect higher turnout this time. As Pam mentioned, the 9 counties, at least 6 of those, I think, maybe all 9, but at least 6 or 7 won by Trump. They just decided they knew they were going to be overwhelmed today. They're not going to count those votes until tomorrow. So you look at that there. I want to pop back to what Pam said in Georgia, because again, if you're in the Biden campaign right now, you're looking at this map and you're thinking all of the opportunities we thought we had might be slipping away, meaning states that we could flip, like Florida, like North Carolina, like Georgia. There are 2 Senate races in Georgia as well, so I just want to go to the point Pam was making. and just see what are we looking at, right? So let's come back out first. You look at statewide, a 211,141 vote lead. So you come into the highest population center and you say, okay, well, they're missing a lot of ballots. They're not missing, but they haven't counted a lot of ballots here. So you look at Fulton County, 297,000 there. Let's just see where we are, 196. So Joe Biden is 100,000 votes behind where Hillary Clinton was there. It's supposed to be a more high turnout election, so maybe there's more votes there. That's about 100,000 there. Pam mentioned Gwinnett County, come over here. You see 174,000 for Biden now. You go back, 176. So he's ahead of Hillary Clinton already there with still some votes to be counted. The question you're asking, this is the reason I'm going through this, is it at all possible? When you look at the Donald Trump lead right now, when you go through these areas and you move over here, we have that. We come here again, 81,000 votes. There's a lot of votes to be done here. 81,000 is where Joe Biden is now. You go back in time, 251,000. So you are looking at giant chunks of vote in those counties. You come back out, you see the president's lead is 211,000. When you have that many votes missing from DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Fulton, there's no reason at all for Democrats to give up. There's votes to be counted. The question is, can you win? As those votes are counted, what's your margin? What is your margin? So again, you keep it on the board. If you look at it right now, as a Democrat, you're disappointed, but when you do the math and figure out what's out there, this is why patience is going to be so important. And again, it's the very same situation. Pam mentioned more than 1 million votes here. They're just nowhere near. This is 2016. You come back up to 2020. They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right? You just saw the 2016 numbers. And so patience is what's required here. And again, we heard the president repeatedly at the end of the campaign saying we should be able to count the votes on election night. That's it. I'm done. It's just not the way it works, which is why Sarah Murray in the report saying the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just came out, explained the process. That's really the challenge now. For the election officials in these states where you have the slow count, we just got the Fairfax information, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, transparency is going to be key in the hours ahead, because this is where, in this age of social media and everything else, this is where things start to fly around. The important thing is, stay with the sources you trust, be patient, we're going to count them, we have eyes on them, it's all fine.
No rush. We'll take it easy. We'll do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but take a look at this in Maine right now. 37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 51.3% to 45.5%. The second congressional district in Maine with one electoral vote, 33% of the vote is in. Trump is slightly ahead, 8,841 votes, 50.6% to 45%. Only a third of the vote is in Maine, the second congressional district. In Montana right now, Biden is ahead but it's close, by about 1,300 votes, 49.2% to 48.1%. 20% of the vote in Montana is in, so we're watching those contests as well.
And so, again, very rarely does it happen, but every now and then, those one matter. You mentioned the Maine second congressional district. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that happens, but on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there, because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, again, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
John, we got another key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000 votes, 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before where the Republican takes an early lead, but not all, and the Northern Virginia counties come in. And you see Fairfax County was at 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86%. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television, and then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it, and in come the votes. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. As you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have the counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you were watching all night long, you're wondering, why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this, and that puts Virginia back again. So you come back out, and you look at this map where we are right now, right? So now we're at 1147. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those, they're red right now, but it's just not contextual. It's real. The president leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country, has anything changed? Right, let me take this up. Has anything changed from 2016? No. Has anything changed from 2016? No, not yet. We're not done. We haven't called some of these states, but in terms of who's leading right now. And so the only thing on this map right now that's different is that, Arizona. And that's not called yet either, but it seems to be trending Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats. There's a Senate race out there as well, too. That was one. The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping there would be more than one. We're not done yet. There may well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, they have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. It's still close enough for those votes to make a difference. But the Democrats who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout are reconsidering that right now. Again, we haven't finished with these states. But if you were going to have a blowout, even when you're waiting for some votes to be counted, in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back, but you don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave. And that's going to matter, not just for the presidency, as we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures. The fact that there's a lot of red here is better news for Republicans. How good, we don't know yet. That takes a few days to sort through that. And so you come back to this map here right now. Again, Joe Biden now ahead in the popular vote. That's just a moral victory. It's a symbolic victory. If you start to stretch it out, then it does affect the Electoral College map. But if it's pretty close, as it is right now, then you're doing state by state, hand-to-hand combat of presidential politics. And that comes down. I just want to check this one again. We kept waiting. Was Ohio going to change? 88. Again, we're still waiting. I was just communicating with a very good, solid Republican vote counter in Ohio. Very confident that's going to stay for Trump. Not a Trump person. Just this very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see. We'll see if she's right. But you know, it sure looks that way. You come back here again. So you see this right now. You think it's halfway through. 519,000 votes. That's big, right? Even in a big state like Pennsylvania. However, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, that's the suburbs around it. Remember that 98,000. This is a higher turnout year. We're seeing that everywhere in the country. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. Let's just come. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride. Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be, again, if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some, but again, we're in the early chapter of this and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here. Again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this is what matters most in terms of the vote count. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia. Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead. You see 75%. But to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia. Virginia goes for Biden. Biden beats Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 13 electoral votes go to Biden. Take a look at the Electoral College map count. Right now, Biden has crossed 200. He has 205 Electoral College votes right now. Trump has 114, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's take a look at some of the key race alerts right now. Arizona right now, look at this. 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden is ahead in Arizona by more than 207,000 votes, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back to John King right now. Arizona, 200,000 vote lead right now with that number, that percentage of vote in. That's pretty significant.
It is indeed. And so again, That's 2016. Let me come back to 2020, come through my time warp here and pull out Arizona. It is significant. Now, again, it's a flip, right? It would be a flip. It's a traditionally red state, so you're going to always be a little bit more cautious before you call it. And so we want to wait and see. But you're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead, 1.2 to 1. And again, this is the bread and butter of Arizona, 60% of the vote, Maricopa County. You see Joe Biden just shy of 800,000 votes right there, 54%. Let's just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. 702, the Democrat this time, 798. So 96,000 more votes, and we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they were 4 years ago. This would be a very important pickup for the Democrats if it continues to trend this way. And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. If you go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, the suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very important on a night where the other opportunities for the Democrats, at least as of now, do not seem to be bearing fruit. Florida's still red, Georgia's still red, North Carolina's still red, Ohio's still red. So if you're the Democrats and you're thinking, how do we take away, and I can walk over here and show you, how do we take away from Donald Trump's math? This is where we are right now with the states that have been projected. So this part is done. Nothing here is a surprise. So the question is, if you're Joe Biden, how do you get to 270? Well, that would help, right? 205 gets you up to 216. That would help. Doesn't get you all the way, but it helps. Not only does it help you go up, it takes it away from Donald Trump's 306. And so then you're looking at this map. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at this map, you assume this one's going to come your way. We're not done there yet, Minnesota. And you're looking around here, you assume most of Maine is going to come your way. Right now, President Trump was leading in that congressional district, so let's just take that away. I'm going to make the second congressional district a toss-up for now. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. I'll take it off as a toss-up. If you're at 229 and you're the Democrats, how do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. Are you still leading in Iowa? No, you're not. You're not leading in Iowa anymore. You're going to get Hawaii when we go a little deeper into the night. That gets you up to 233. And so then, again, it sounds redundant, but you come here, and even those two, not enough. So you're looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. Got a lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Locating your parked car with the touch of a button might seem excessive. Unless getting lost is the whole point.
I woke up next to a dead man. The flight attendant, she knows you more than she's saying. The whole night it just flickers. Why'd you clean it up? I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. You did nothing wrong.
Nothing.
Oh God.
The podcasts. The newsletters. The mobile app. The #1 source for news. This is CNN.
I'm not gonna lie, with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, I felt totally in the dark. But then my doctor shed some light. Turns out my blood tests and exams revealed more than I realized, because people can have differences in their blood, and my blood tested positive for these 2 things, which means I'm dual seropositive. The good news? Orencia has been shown to relieve symptoms like joint pain and swelling in many people, including people like me.
Do not take Orencia with another biologic medicine for RA due to an increased risk of serious infection. Serious side effects can occur, including fatal infections. Cases of lymphoma, lung cancer, and skin cancer have been reported. Tell your doctor if you're prone to or have any infection like an open sore or the flu or a history of COPD, a chronic lung disease. Orencia may worsen your COPD.
Knowing the differences may lead to bright possibilities. Ask your doctor if you're dual seropositive and see if Orencia is right for you.
CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
The presidential race still up in the air right now with crucial battlegrounds still too early to call, too close to call. Here's where the fight for electoral votes stands right now. Take a look at this. 205 electoral college votes for Biden right now. That's what Biden has right now. You need 270 to win. It's a very, very important race right now. Let's take a look at the key race alert right now. In Pennsylvania right now, 51% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump has 56.5% to 42.1% for Biden. He's got a lead of more than 500,000 votes right now, but 51% of the estimated vote is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump has 105,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona, 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet. But that's how it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise, and if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that, you're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around, and again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in Metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right? Where you expect that if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right? Because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden has to starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume, we haven't called this yet, we assume that's going to go there, right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting. So any Democrat in Georgia is going to get mad at me right now. It's just a hypothetical. We're having a hypothetical right here. We expect the president will end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. We've got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then, where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2, and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side as you go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right? You get this, then you need one of these, right? If this one, let's just leave this one off the board. We think it's going to be the slowest to count, right? If we're waiting on that, bang, bang, 269, then we're into the congressional districts, right? So then do you get that one? Do you get one of those? That would get Joe Biden there without Pennsylvania. If you flip it around and you're the President of the United States, you think, you know, can you get this back? The polls look iffy, but again, 259, 56, that's where we're in, okay? These are hypotheticals, but that's where we are. That's where it looks like we're going into the night with those 2 or 3 states out there, a couple of congressional districts in hand-to-hand combat.
We got a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Ohio. Beats Biden in Ohio, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. That's a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132, 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still had 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%. For Trump, that's 11 electoral votes in Arizona right there. 76%, John, of Arizona is now in.
And so again, it's not there yet, but that would be the flip, right? We're looking at this map right now. We're starting to fill it in. Nothing has changed from 2016 as of now. So both campaigns sort of in their building blocks. This is where they figured you would be. Now, again, the Biden campaign was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time, but a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. Doesn't look that way. Still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off again. We're back here. Where we knew we would be, And the question is, what else can change the math, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your sheets, or that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school, even in the campaigns. They're sitting there with their paper, and they're going through this because you got one in the congressional district here, you got one here. The question for Maine, we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden can pick some up in Maine if you turn this up and come here. The question is, do you get them all? No, I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. Do you get them all, or do you just get? Does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting math is now. And normally, in a big race, it doesn't come down to this, right? You're not worried about one congressional district there and one congressional district here, but we have the potential to be in that. Our challenge for Biden now is make sure you hold Nevada, clinch Arizona, and flip it, and then you get into the then we get into the math and we go later through the night. And the issue is going to be keep checking in on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to find out how much more are we going to get tonight, how much more will we get in the middle of the night. I think in all 3 states, we're likely to be having a tomorrow conversation. And the question is, what else do we get? Do we get everything else? And then, so where's the math when we go into the weight on these? And that's the calculation back and forth. And guess what? If you go into tomorrow, just without a doubt, then you're talking about lawyers, contested fights. Some of them perfectly normal, some of them perhaps outside of normal, because we've heard the President of the United States say repeatedly he thinks you should be able to finish counting an election tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The President signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out, but as we get through this later, let's just see.
And in all 3 of those battleground states, the so-called blue wall, so much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were skewing Democratic.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have, Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple votes for Biden. Let's bring it over here and just to look. And again, at this point, to people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night, it's just important to keep saying this. If you look at this map, and you think it's after midnight, 56 to 42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at first glance, you think, wow. But then think about it. Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania, it is not going to be a 14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well, 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president you know, this is where the Trump magic is, running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there. About 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy, 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County. And that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. I'll look at the numbers there. 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done, right? You move down here, Chester County, Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is why we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, you know, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. You're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now, we just haven't counted a lot of votes. There's just a ton of votes yet to be counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out and you wait, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's just deceptive. It's all real. These are all votes, but that's just deceptive because it's not a contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, you know, count as quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit and the suburbs around it. This is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make inroads here. Let's see if it stays red. But 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, we just know it's under the 2016 vote total. We know that turnout is up just about everywhere in this election. So it tells you it's real, it's a Trump lead, but it's an incomplete picture. Let's come to 2020 as we do that. It's a Trump lead, and it's a healthy lead, it looks like, but it's just incomplete. And it's significantly incomplete. And Wolf, it's the very same thing over in Wisconsin. You look at this as a Republican, it's closer here, but it's still 5 points when you look at it. 108,000 votes, but you come down here to Milwaukee, 128,000 votes right there. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton had 208,000 votes. Turnout was down in Milwaukee 4 years ago. I heard Bill Ware say earlier, Democrats are worried about it this time, but it's not going to be this much down. You're not going to have 288,000. Look at the president. He was at 126,000 here, and you come back, you come up to 2020 here, he's at 80,000 and 128. It's just not a complete picture. There are a lot of votes to be counted. And so you want to know. It's past midnight. You want to know. We just have a long way to go. We have to count votes.
Let's be patient and we'll count the votes. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Idaho. Trump beats Biden in Idaho, wins 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now with that win. Trump now has 136 Electoral College votes. Biden has 205, 270. That's the magic number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in Minnesota and Iowa. In Minnesota right now, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 217,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.9% to 44.1%. In Iowa right now, 84% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 95,000 vote lead over Biden, 52.2% to 45.9% in Iowa. Two more states, we're waiting for those states, John. So the counting continues.
The counting continues, and again, we mentioned Iowa. It was blue very early on. This is one of those states that Biden could. This is a much longer shot. This is more of a Republican state. Some Democrats out there thought there's a Senate race out there as well, so Democrats thought make a run at it. But you look at that right now, again, 84%. We have a way to go in the count, but you just come in Polk County. This is Des Moines, up to 95%, 57% to 41%. Just checking the vote totals to see turnout. 146,000 leading there, 119. So you see, even there, Joe Biden's numbers higher, turnout is up everywhere, but it doesn't appear to be enough as you walk it through. We'll just come through here and come out and look. You come over to the eastern part of the state, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. Democrats need a big turnout here. 70,000 votes, 92%. Just want to go back in time again to compare it. Hillary Clinton gets 58,000 votes. So Joe Biden is, in the places where the Democrats need to do well, Joe Biden is getting more votes, more because of higher turnout than Hillary Clinton. But just look, There's an interesting thing to look at this here, the so-called pivot counties. Just watch this map. This is Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2020, still a lot of red. You go back in time, watch all the blue. This is Obama 2012, Obama 2008. Iowa has more of the so-called pivot counties than any state in the country. There are 31 counties in this state. They voted twice for Barack Obama and Joe Biden. 31 counties, 31 of the 99 Iowa counties. Look at that, changed in 2016, and it looks like if you do it here, we're not quite done with the 2020 count. It does look like Joe Biden maybe took a few of them back, but nowhere near. The bulk of them are right up in here, nowhere near. Again, we're not done with the count here, but we're up to 84% there, and a 98,000 vote lead in Iowa. You pull it back out, there's a lot of red, but remember this red is incomplete.
Certainly is. We got a key race alert right now. In Arizona, look at this, 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very, very early. Only a few votes have been counted. Trump has a lead of about 2,700 votes, 78.7% to 18%. Less than 1% of the vote in Nevada is in. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. We'll watch Nevada closely. Arizona is a key battleground state, and Biden's doing well there, John.
That would be the first flip. It would be the first flip of a Trump 2016 state to a Biden state, and you pull it out again. 207,000 votes when you're up to 76%. Not impossible to overcome, but it gets hard at this point, especially when most of your votes are here. More than 60% of the vote will come out of Maricopa County, and it's a 10-point lead, just shy of a 10-point lead for Joe Biden. 805,000 votes in Maricopa County. Again, higher turnout this time. Number one, demographics favor the Democrats every day. Arizona gets more diverse, but also the suburban revolt. When you add all those up, 2016, Hillary Clinton gets 702,000 votes in Maricopa County, and the president wins it 4 years later, 100,000 more votes, 103,000 more votes for Joe Biden to carry Maricopa County. So you pull out and look at the rest of the state, you move up here, you look at Flagstaff, look at 66% there, up to 73%, you go back in time, 56%, so 10 points better.
We're just getting word, by the way, that Joe Biden is about to make a statement shortly from Wilmington, Delaware. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that, but go ahead.
Right, and so that's the challenge for these candidates tonight. We're waiting to see if the candidates would speak. Nobody can declare victory tonight because we don't know. It's just, we just don't know. And so the question is, what tone do you set? Again, there was some reporting during the week that perhaps the president would come out if he saw this and say, it's past midnight, election day's over, I'm ahead. He hasn't done that, and that's good. That's good because that's not the way it works. So I assume Joe Biden's going to say, we're counting votes. Let's continue. Let's respect the process, and we go forward here. And you come up, you just say, you think, you just got to count the votes because this is all incomplete right here. And again, you walk through it, 66%, but a lot of Democratic votes missing, 50%, a lot of Democratic votes missing. You just walk through it as you go through here, 57%, almost nothing, or at least up to 40% now in Philadelphia, but a ton to count, 53% here, 55% here. So more votes starting to come in slowly in that area here in Pennsylvania. But if you're Joe Biden, number one, you're nervous. You're nervous. The map is not what you thought it was going to be as you come through. But number two, you also know that we're nowhere close to being done right here. And if those turn around, then you're back in a better place.
Yeah, those are three critically important states right now. They're watching closely. It'll be interesting to see what Biden actually has to say in a sensitive moment like this.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters, because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus toward Trump is so deep among the Democrats that they just thought, and the polls, they look at the national polls, and again, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden has pulled ahead in the popular vote, and we'll see where it ends up. But they looked at the national polls, they looked at some of those other polls, and they thought, okay, this will not happen to us again. The flip side is there are a lot of Democrats who said, oh, is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are right now. And Nevada, a Clinton state, we'll see what happens. We're still counting. Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but Democrats thought that would just be game over. That would be game changer, game ended. All right? That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet, or finished with this one yet. But those were states where Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path. You get this one, you absolutely block Trump's path. Didn't happen. We're not done here either. It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted. But again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The election, the whole Republican strategy will get you on election day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So the rest of them will come here. Congressional district here, perhaps. Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight. And it seems increasingly, it's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert. In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing. All right, so you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As you move over here, let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 56, 186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, we're still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Well, Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, we're home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if as Fulton County's going to wait, so you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count, and so again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at that big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in, and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county, And so you're still counting votes, which means there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know. But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where is Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting, so let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the 2nd congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the 2nd congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but that it gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the 2nd district last time. You think he's, it looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The 2nd congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States he won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, the president has a narrow lead here right now. So for Republicans watching me do this, they're going to be offended. Just if it comes back that way, just for the math for Joe Biden hypothetically. And if you come in here and you can get the 2nd congressional district here. So you take 2 away from the president. Normally you would think 2, why is that a big deal? Well, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. If you're looking, again, if you get Nevada and you get Arizona, and so then you're at 293. We have Rhode Island done here on the map here. So then you're looking, so where do you go? You can do it from here, and Joe Biden can win the presidency without Pennsylvania. So every now and then the ones matter, right? Or if you pick another one here, let's just say the president somehow came back and did that, then you're at 261, 267, then it would come down to here. So you're playing with the math on the margins a little bit, but it helps. Every single one helps. When you're at this point and you're in the nail bite phase, you'll take every single one you can get, and hopefully they hold up for you. But this is where we start, and we count from here.
So 2016, that's what happened then.
That's 2016, and here's where we are now. As you figure them out, Joe Biden, that looks like a lead because of California, but we got Texas to add and Florida to add. As we get a little bit later into the night, or now we're into the morning, I'm going to call it the night. Election night lasts until it's over, and then Trump's going to catch up. When you put Texas and Florida in, then you're going to match it up if they hold that way, and then it gets interesting. And again, very rare do you come down to one here and one there. But it's possible, which is why you compete for them.
That's what happens. They're counting the votes, and they're counting the votes relatively slowly in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right, and so that's the map. This is the map here. And again, if you're watching at home and you remember 2016, if you're a Democrat, this frightens you. If you're a Republican, it overjoys you. And we just need to keep saying, and you can get mad at us, you can get mad at the coronavirus, you can get mad at local election officials, you can get mad at anybody you want, but it's simply the way the process works, especially when you have mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and the election day surge. And these election officials around the country, especially in these states where turnout went up, they're overwhelmed, right? There's not a lot of them. Many of them are volunteers. And so they're going to take their time and they're going to count the votes. And we're going to watch. And you see here 666,000 votes. Normally, you're after midnight, you're into Wednesday morning. In a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you'd look at that and you'd think, wow, except. And again, we'll go west to east again. We're still at 17% in Allegheny County, 17% in a giant basket of Democratic votes in western Pennsylvania. So we need to wait. More importantly, nothing against the people of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, there's just more votes here. Philadelphia County, we're up to 43%, 264,000. So you think you're starting to count them up here. You are getting more Democratic votes here. But again, Hillary Clinton had 584,000. So if you think about that Trump statewide lead, a giant jump in the vote here, if it stays Democratic, as it is right now, the question is, do the margins change at all the percentages there? But Joe Biden there, then you'll come up to Montgomery County again. Joe Biden at 61% at 196. Hillary Clinton got 256. So are there 60,000 more votes there for Joe Biden? If turnout's higher, are there more votes than that there for Joe Biden? That's why we have to wait for them to count the votes. And you keep moving around the suburban caller. Again, Chester County, Hillary Clinton gets 141 to win it with 52. Right now, Trump, that's interesting, right? If that holds up, that would be a big deal. And that's unexpected, but we'll see what happens. If President Trump's running stronger in the Philadelphia suburbs, that would be a big deal. But again, we're waiting on a lot of votes. You see 107,000 right there, 141 to win it 4 years ago. So we're just not, we know turnout is up this year. So turnout's going to be at least even, and in most of these places higher than it was 4 years ago. When you see these numbers, you just have to say, let's be patient. And again, if you're a Democrat, you're nervous to a degree. There are other reasons where you look around this way. If you look at these places where the president's running it up big, it's 100%. It's 100%.
That's 2016.
That's 2016. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. It's 95%. I was in here earlier and they were up high. It's 95%. It's 99%. That's going over. Yeah, wait, 99%. And so in the places where the president is running up big, a lot of the votes have been counted. And so that's why if you're a Democrat, look, you don't like this map when you're looking at it, but you do know what we're missing starting right here. The vote that's outstanding, the biggest baskets of votes that are outstanding are Philadelphia, the suburbs, and then out in Pittsburgh. The blue spots, the spots that tend to be blue on the map of Philadelphia, that's where we know we are slow counting the vote. And again, this has been a complaint from the president in the final days of the campaign. He was railing on the governor. He was railing on the city of Philadelphia. He has been quiet tonight, at least to the best of my knowledge, which is a good thing. Let's let them count the votes. There are people from both campaigns watching in all of these key counties. If anything goes on, they will raise their hand, but it's going to take time.
Let's get an update on Michigan.
Sure. Let's go. Pull out here. Come back in. It is still red. We're up to 53%. Again, you're coming down here. This is just to give you a look at the map. It's 2020. There's 2016. Looks pretty similar. And so you're looking at, why is the difference? Why is the president up by 294,000 votes? And again, you're looking at these states and you're wondering what the issue is. Michigan was 10,700 votes 4 years ago. Okay, we expect it to be close again this time. Joe Biden had a decent lead in the polls, but no matter who wins Michigan in 2020, it's unlikely to be by 300,000 votes or 290,000 votes. So that tells you the picture we have right now is incomplete. And it's incomplete because I'm going to start over here, and you just start coming across 65% in here, 95,000 votes. This is to the southwest of Detroit. You just go back, it was 128,000. That may not seem like a lot, but that's 30,000 votes, right? That's 30,000 vote difference here, 2016 to 2020. Then you move over to the biggest of all, about 20%, 18, 19% of the statewide vote will be here in Wayne County. It's up a little bit from where we were before, 55 to 42, 164,000 votes for Joe Biden. Again, Hillary Clinton had 519,000 votes, and Democrats hoped turnout would be higher there this time. It's just a lot of counting to do.
Let's check in with David Chalian. He's got an update on Michigan. What are you finding out there?
Yeah, this is the state of play in Michigan right now. Donald Trump currently in the lead here, and 54% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we understand about the early vote. Of that 54% of the vote that's in, 20% of the current vote is early vote. And we think that's going to go much, much higher. We think when all the votes are counted, 55%, a majority of the vote in Michigan, we expect to be early vote. And Joe Biden is doing much better than Donald Trump in that early vote and you see there's much more early vote to come in. So there is the potential, not guaranteed, there is the potential for Joe Biden to narrow that gap with Donald Trump in Michigan as more and more early vote gets counted. Well,
thank you. You know, it's very clear. We saw that huge swing in Virginia. Trump was way ahead, and all of a sudden Biden wins Virginia.
Right, and so you're taking Fairfax County in Virginia is not quite the size of Wayne County in Detroit here. As you come back in, you know, there's just a lot of votes. And David makes the key point. We saw this in the data all week long. Democrats disproportionately voted early. So if the votes that haven't been counted are early votes, we have to count them to be certain, but everything we know tells us Joe Biden has a very significant advantage, especially in Democratic areas where he's going to have an advantage anyway. The early vote comes in there, so we have to wait. We just simply have to wait. 30% is not enough. Wayne County is the most important. And again, we went through this in 2016. Late in the night in 2016, remember, I kept being asked, is there any possibility? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? We kept talking to people in Wayne County until we got up to the finish line in 2016. She got 519,000 votes, and it was not enough. It was not enough, but it's just implausible. It is implausible. She gets 519,000 votes 4 years ago. We are not anywhere close to done the night with the Democratic with 164,000 votes. We're just not, and so everybody has to be patient and wait it out. You can be frustrated at the count if you want to be. If that's up to you, that's your right, but it just takes time to do this. And again, move over. Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, used to be more Republican, trending Democratic. You see that they say about 70%, 68% of the estimated vote. And again, you're waiting for more votes to be counted. Joe Biden with a 53 to 45, but 284,000 votes. Hillary Clinton had 343,000 votes. So you just do this math at home. There's a lot more votes potential. We have to see them, we count them. But there's just a lot more potential for Joe Biden to get more votes out there. You move over here. This is interesting, Macomb County. And this will be interesting if the president holds this. But again, if we're waiting for early votes, that's a question, right? A lot of union workers here. Joe Biden tried hard here. This would be an interesting number if the president can hold it, because when he won Macomb County 4 years ago, it was by a lot more narrow margin, 53 to 42. But again, the president won this county with 224,000 votes and change 4 years ago. He is leading this county now with 152,000 votes. It just tells you, no matter where you look, we know turnout is up this year. I'm just going to move over here. St. Clair here. We know turnout is up this year, Wolf, so we just know there are a lot of votes missing. We need to count them, and we need to be patient.
Let's do a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead. He's ahead by some 664,000 votes right now. Very impressive. 61% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 56.9%. Biden has 41.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. You know, it's 61% of the vote is in, so there's still plenty of opportunity for Biden to try to catch up.
Yeah, so you say 61% of the vote is in, you see a lead like that, and you would think your first instinct is that's insurmountable, but then you have to remember, what are we missing? That's key, and it's different this year. Philadelphia is always a little slow. The big urban areas are traditionally sometimes slower than the smaller counties, but so what's missing, right? So you just go through again. I'm going to go through some of these counties where the president does quite well. 84% is in here in Blair County. 93% is in Cambria County. You move over here, Indiana County, what do we have? 69% of the vote in there. So you pull it back out. That doesn't mean there's not more votes for the president to make up in these rural counties, but you have a much higher percentage in than when you come over to the Democratic counties. In Allegheny here, you see 18%. And again, Joe Biden leading, 79% of the vote, 109,000 votes. The president only has 27,000, almost 28,000 votes in Allegheny County. You go back in time, the president has 27, just shy of 29,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. He lost the county last time. He got 259,000 votes. It just tells you everything you need to know. There's a ton of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. It can be frustrating, but it's where we are, and we just need to wait it out.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota. Biden beats Trump in Minnesota, wins 10 electoral votes in the state of Minnesota. Let's take a look at the electoral college map right now. With that win in Minnesota, Biden now has 215 electoral college votes. Trump has 136, 270, of course, being the number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in Arizona. a key battleground state. 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, it's very, very early. Less than 1% of the vote is in, but Trump has a lead of 8,700 votes, 74.6% to 22.2%. So let's take a look at where things stand right now in the Electoral College. It's impressive for Biden, 215 to 136, but there's still several states out there where Trump will do very well.
Right, and this has been, Hillary Clinton lived this. Hillary Clinton lived this, I can show you, 4 years ago. You can get close, but not get there, right? Hillary Clinton got to 232. So you see Joe Biden at 215 now, and you think, okay, we're getting close to the finish line, and we're closer than him to the finish line right now. That's a fact of where we are in the state of play. Again, things can change. Everything is subject to change, but where we are right now, it looks like that stays red. It looks like that stays red. We have that one red. That's possible to stay red, so we see right there. So right there, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, unless we get some late returns that change the trajectory of those, and they're not done yet. That's why they're light red. They're not done yet. But if they stay that way, then all of a sudden you're in that, and then we're just going through. Then we're just going through it, right? We're just going to go through. We expect this one is going to be blue. We expect this one is going to be red. Right? We expect this one, it's close, but let's just lean that one red for now and see. You just mentioned that the president's leading in the early returns in Nevada. That would be a surprise. That would be a surprise, so I'm going to leave it alone for now. Joe Biden is leading right now in Arizona. We're not done yet. We're still counting votes. I'm going to leave Nevada alone. We'll just let the process play out a little bit. The Democrats certainly expect that. This is a Trump state that looks like Biden is going to flip. That's a Clinton state. That would be a big deal. President Trump, right, so far has not taken anything away from the Clinton map. So that's Joe Biden's foundation, that 232. That hasn't happened yet, but we'll just watch Nevada as it plays out. So then again, you're in this place now where we're waiting on here. It looks like we might have to wait till tomorrow, especially the metro Atlanta area. A lot of votes still out. President has a healthy lead right now, but there's a lot missing. And this is the story of 2020. Patience, let them count the votes. If we have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday to know who our president is, that's simply, it's frustrating, but it's the way it's going to be. And so you're looking more through this. Again, I'm just going to say, this one looks like it's going to go this way. We're not sure about that yet. That's 230, 230. Here we go. This is where we are right now. You're in a very, very competitive race now. And so, where does Georgia go? We don't have Rhode Island in on this map. I think we should be getting that one pretty soon. So I'm just going to move Rhode Island in and see if I can get my finger in. That gets you to 234, 230. And then you're in a slugfest, essentially. And if, let's assume for the sake of argument here, that Nevada comes back, we're going to watch it. I'm not trying to anger Republicans out there. If the president can pull that off, that would be a big deal. If he can switch that back, that would get Joe Biden to 240. The president would be at 230. And so then what are you waiting on? You're waiting on Maine. We expect the Democrats to get most of these. Maybe the president, I'm going to take away for toss-up purposes the 2nd congressional district. And so here's where we go. It looks like we're going to be tight wolf, and we're going to walk these through.
We have a major projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Florida. A big win for President Trump in Florida. 29 electoral votes go to Donald Trump over Biden. That's a big win. Take a look at where things stand right now in the race to 270 needed to win. Biden still has 215 electoral college votes. Trump now has 165 electoral college votes. He just won Florida. That's a big, big win for the President of the United States. Democrats were hoping there could be some sort of upset in Florida, not happening.
Right, and so we entered the night with the possibility of a big statement election where the Democrats flip several Trump states. Florida was one they had, not going to happen. Texas was on their chart. Doesn't look like it. We still have votes to count. We're going to be patient, but it doesn't look like it. North Carolina, cliffhanger, closer than it was perhaps, but it doesn't look like either. So that's where. So the statement election, the big blue wave, appears to be out the window. Again, we have some places where it's still going to count. The one thing that looks like it might flip is Arizona. We're not done there yet, but it looks that way. So if you look at it from the perspective of the Trump map, right? So what did he just do? He just kept that. That's what he has to do. He won last time, right? He won. He needs to protect as much of this as he can. We think, again, we're not done yet. Let me turn this off and come here. We think that might change. Right now, that's the only change we have on the map. If it plays out that way, we're not done there. I think we'll get there relatively soon, though. Arizona looks good. That would be the only change on the map so far. And so you're coming out here, and again, I'm just going to take these away.
Hold on a second. I want to go to Jake. Jake, what's going on?
We're expecting Joe Biden to come out and make some public remarks at his drive-in amphitheater there in Wilmington, Delaware. Here he is, I believe. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
All right, former Vice President Joe and former Second Lady Jill Biden thanking supporters for their patience, talking about how they think it's going to take a little while, but they still feel confident about what's going to happen in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Patience. The former Vice President called for patience, Dana, and he said he's been saying that for a long time, and if that's true, he has been saying that it's going to take a long time to count the votes because of the pandemic and all the vote by mail.
It's absolutely true, and he was going through the states saying basically what we have been looking at as the night has gone on. We can leave Georgia out of it right now, but Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that.
No, that those states are likely to take longer because the early vote is going to take a bit longer to count there. And the fact that he has come out, frankly, before Donald Trump did, is maybe not something that anybody predicted, considering the fact that the president was going on and on about the fact that he doesn't think that votes should be counted after Election Day, which we should say over and over again is not the way it works.
And it's not going to happen. The votes are going to be counted.
It already is after Election Day, by the way.
It is November 4th, and the votes are going to be counted. But I do think both campaigns right now are kind of feeling similarly about where we are with the map, which is that it's pretty wide open. We don't have enough information to know which direction this is going to go. We do know, though, based on what Joe Biden just said, that they still think that their best path is through that upper Midwestern region. They still are waiting for those states that are going to take longer to count. And frankly, Donald Trump is doing exactly the same thing. We're waiting on Arizona, we're waiting on Georgia, but it's still going to come down to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Let's go to Jim Acosta right now for an update on where he where the president's team thinks they are. Jim?
Yeah, Jay, and we should just point out, the president just tweeted a few moments ago that he will be making a statement tonight. He is describing his performance in the 2020 election as a big win. He also says we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, the president there saying, misspelling the word polls, misuse of that word there. But the other thing we should point out, as we were reporting, we were expecting the president to perhaps try to declare victory on election night when he doesn't have victory at hand. And that appears to be what the president is on the verge of doing. I talked to a Trump advisor not too long ago who said now that Joe Biden has gone out and said what he has said, we should expect the president to come out and essentially say the same thing, that they feel like they're going to win this election. So we should be hearing from the president within the next hour or so, essentially saying the same thing, that they believe they have won this election. But I will tell you, there is great distress inside the Trump campaign right now. I talked to a couple advisors just a short time ago. They are very upset that one of the other networks has called Arizona for Joe Biden. They have been trying to convince the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. They're worried that if Arizona goes to Joe Biden, that their path to victory then narrows. As one advisor said to me, if we lose Arizona, we have to win Wisconsin. That's because at this point they don't believe they'll win Michigan. And so, you know, you get a sense of some of the desperation inside the Trump campaign. A lot of them are very confident. They still think the president will pull it out. And obviously the president is tweeting that he's very confident. He thinks he's going to win tonight. But certainly some anxiety inside the campaign right now, especially about Arizona right now, Jay.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. The fact that the president misspelled polls is just chef's kiss. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, the fact that no one's trying to steal the election, counting votes is how this works. And the idea that the president immediately says that is just factually incorrect. That said, they are also trying to make the exact opposite argument in Arizona, because as Jim noted, a different network called Arizona for Biden. We have not, and most networks have not. The governor of Arizona came out, a Republican, Governor Ducey, and said, count all the votes. That's the argument that the Trump campaign is making when it comes to Arizona. It should be the argument they're making for every state.
I can't believe you're looking for consistency.
Count all the votes. But let me just give one other insight as to why Vice President Biden was projecting optimism. And again, I have no idea how this is going to end. Certainly either candidate could win. But the perspective of the Biden team is, remember how Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days, and it looked like Trump was ahead. And in fact, people were sending me screenshots of it, of people projecting a Biden victory, even though Trump was ahead a lot. And I've heard from Biden campaign people who have said, Virginia is how we see what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and those three states, in the sense that it looked like Trump was ahead, and then the major population centers, Richmond and Fairfax County in Northern Virginia, they started sending in their votes, and then it wasn't close. And then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what the Biden people think is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know that they're right.
I will just add Georgia. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia probably until tomorrow, or I guess it is tomorrow, until later today, because we don't know the votes in the major population centers, namely Atlanta. But one thing I really want to drill down on is the president's tweet saying they are trying to steal the election. That is so patently false and frankly scary. And the reason is because people who love the president believe everything he says. They just do. I mean, I've been on the road and I've talked to Trump supporters and they parrot everything that he says. And even things that are just not true. Stealing the election is not counting the votes. You must count votes in order to know what the people believe. And that includes votes that aren't counted until election day or after election day, because the state law doesn't allow that, like in Pennsylvania.
It's obscene that he said that.
It is, but it's more than obscene. It really is dangerous.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to cause a lot of unnecessary tension in an already unnerved country.
We already knew that this is what was going to happen. I mean, this has been telegraphed for days. In fact, earlier tonight, just a few hours ago, they sent a fundraising email to their supporters with almost the exact same language, implying that this race has been decided, which it has not. This is a ploy to muck up the works and make it seem as if things are more definitive than they actually are. We won't know who wins until all the votes are counted. That's the end of the story, no matter what President Trump says. Now, he can come out and say, we feel really good, just like Joe Biden said. We feel really good about the direction this is going in. They can feel however they want. We have to wait for the votes to be counted. But I expect that President Trump will come out and claim that the sort of elusive they, whoever they is trying to do something that nobody's trying to do. We just don't have the vote.
Yeah, it's false and it's premature and it is dangerous because it could get people hurt. Wolf Blitzer, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Iowa. He beats Biden in Iowa, 6 electoral votes in Iowa. Trump wins Iowa. Let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Biden still has 215 Electoral College votes. Trump now has 171, getting closer, 270 needed to win. We have a key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at Arizona right now. 76% of the vote is in. Biden still maintains an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.1% to 45.6%. The lead just went down to 185,000 in Arizona. In Nevada, only 5% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 32,000 or so, 73.4% to 23.9%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Georgia, 82% of the estimated vote is in. Trump still maintains an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia, 52.9% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Let's go back to John King, who's watching all of this oh so closely. So right now, the race to 270, 215 for Biden, 171 for Trump.
And so we're waiting. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. You heard Joe Biden say we need to wait. Georgia as well. We're going to wait. I just got a text from somebody in Michigan who says they share Joe Biden's confidence. We'll see. We'll see, right? The Democrats are going to say we're doing fine. We'll hear what the president says momentarily. Here's where we are. Here's where we know we are. 215 to 171. But let's, if you will, refight the last war. You always do the next election based on the last election, especially when you have an incumbent president who ran on this map. Why is the Trump campaign so upset about Arizona? Well, Arizona, right now, we have not called it yet, but Arizona would be the first takeaway. Right? Everything else that has happened so far is filling in according to the map of 2016. So if you take this one away and Joe Biden gets that, president's still above 295, but then think about where we were, right? Think about where we were. Let's, for the sake, just for now, let's take these off and make them toss-ups, right? Because we're waiting for votes to be counted there. That gets you down to 243, 249. The Biden campaign is pretty confident they're going to get Maine's 2nd congressional district. There's still one on the table here, but where are you right there? 244 to 248, right? So it is possible that if Joe Biden can get this and get this, that Joe Biden gets to 270 with Wisconsin and Michigan and not even win Pennsylvania. Now, the Biden campaign thinks it has every chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but that is why that is so important. Without that, Joe Biden needs to run the board in the blue wall states. If he has that, he can get there with 2 out of 3. And again, they had a healthy lead in Michigan coming in. We need to count these votes. We need to count these votes. But the Biden campaign thinks had a healthy lead, had a relatively healthy lead. If you come over here and look at where the count is and where the votes are missing in both Wisconsin, both Wisconsin, votes are missing here in Democratic areas. Over here in Michigan, votes are missing in Democratic areas. So the Biden campaign thinks if they can pick up that in Wisconsin, that would be the flip. That leaves them a little bit of wiggle room as we go, Wolf, through the night into the count in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They hold Arizona. They don't have to win all 3. They could do it with just Wisconsin and Michigan. We'll see.
We shall see. President Trump says he will speak tonight. We're standing by for that. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Since pioneering the SUV in 1935, the Chevy Suburban has carried many things. Nothing more important than family. Introducing the most versatile and advanced Chevy Suburban and Tahoe ever.
This is Steve. He used to have gum problems. Now, he uses TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse with clinically proven ingredients, and his gum problems have vanished. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other fine stores.
Calm. Download the free app now.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with my election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
17,082 hugs, 39 birthday presents. Thanks to USA Family Protection, my mom set us up for one last gift. Freedom from the burden of a funeral bill and other final expenses. These costs can exceed $9,000, and that would have been devastating to our family. Mom made sure we would never have to worry about that, so that when she passed, we could focus on celebrating her life without the stress of financial expenses. Apply today by calling the number on your screen.
Let's talk about sex. Have you had your annual STD tests? Don't worry, it doesn't have to be stressful. With Nurex, you can get tested without even leaving the house. Simply answer questions about your health from a medical provider. Your test kit arrives in discreet packaging, and once you send it back, you'll have results in a few days. The Nurex medical team can help with questions and treatment if needed. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Go to Nurex.com to get started.
More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, let's take a look and see where it stands right now. The race to 270 electoral college votes. Biden is at 215. Trump is at 171, 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We have a key race alert right now, 2 key battleground states. Let's take a look at Michigan right now. 57% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead, 278,000 vote lead over Biden, 53.4% to 44.8%. Once again, 57% of the estimated vote in Michigan is in. In Pennsylvania, 64% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a very impressive 668,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.6% to 42%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to David Chalian and take a closer look. So here's the question. You're looking very closely at these numbers. Can the former vice president catch up?
Oh, the answer to that is possibly so, and I'm going to show you why. This is the state of play in Michigan right now. You noted Donald Trump's lead in Michigan. 57% of the vote is currently in Michigan, according to our estimate. What do we know about the early vote? 22% of that current vote is early vote at the moment, but we don't expect it to stay that small of a share. We believe in Michigan, the early vote is going to make up a majority of the overall vote. That 55% of the overall vote in Michigan, once every vote is counted, will be early vote. And I just have to stress, right now in Michigan, Joe Biden is winning the early vote 65% to 35%. It's a huge Biden strength. So as the share of early vote goes up in Michigan, Joe Biden could benefit from that and possibly overtake Donald Trump in the state. It's a similar story in Pennsylvania, Wolf.
Similar.
It is a similar story. Take a look at the state of play in Pennsylvania right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in Pennsylvania, and you noted Donald Trump has this lead, 2.5 million to 1.9 million for Joe Biden, okay? But how much of this is early vote in Pennsylvania? Well, take a look. Of that current vote that's in right now, only 16% of it is early vote. We think the share of the early vote is going to grow quite a bit, all the way up to 45% of the overall vote in Pennsylvania. We expect when all the votes are counted, 45% is going to be early vote. And Joe Biden right now in the early vote that is in is winning the early vote 80% to 20%. against Donald Trump. It's a huge Biden strength, and it is going to grow as the share of the early vote grows in Pennsylvania, and that could potentially allow Joe Biden to overtake Donald Trump in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So the answer is it's doable. We'll see what happens. We'll be patient. We're waiting. Anderson, we're waiting for the president to speak. We heard from Biden. Now we'll hear from the president fairly soon.
And let's hear from our team here. David Axelrod, where does this thing stand for you?
Exciting, isn't it? Look, this is, as John described it, it's like a chess game, and so far no one's taken a piece from the other player. The president has held serve. He's held some of the states that he won last time, but it was always going to be about these final states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall states. If you talk to the Biden campaign and to Democrats, they'd say, you know, these were the states that he needed to win to get to 270. Arizona would be a bonus for them. But I just have to say, you know, the president and his folks said that they were going to bring out this big turnout. They did bring out this big turnout. They deserve credit for knowing what they were doing. The president currently has 60 million votes. There's still more than 20% to be counted. He only got 63 million 4 years ago, so he's going to add to his total in a really significant way. And I think that's going to be surprising to a lot of people. But he has a following. It's in these rural areas. He brought them out, and he is in this game. I would still rather be Joe Biden at this point.
Do you think his path is clearer?
You know, here's the thing. We knew that this scenario would unfold this way. We knew that the early vote that we saw recorded in these states was going to be the votes that were casted on the day of the election, and we knew that they would favor Donald Trump. We also know that the ballots that are going to be cast after, in Pennsylvania, for example, 3/4 of the ballots early ballots that were mailed in were from Democrats. So that's going to vastly change the picture there. It's likely to do so in Michigan and Wisconsin as well. So there are many pages to be turned on this story. And I think one of the reasons, I think John's quite right, one of the reasons the White House is so vehement about fighting what's going on in Arizona, the count in Arizona, is because that is not good for their narrative. And it's also not good for their path. If he loses Arizona, then he really has to win a couple of those states, not just Pennsylvania.
Arizona was really a cushion for Joe Biden. And so the Democrats that I've been texting with are very happy about that. But if you take a step...
By the way, we have not called Arizona.
That's right, that's right. But they're very happy that it seems to be going their way. And we take a step back and you look at the 4 years. David was just saying the president got 60 million. He's getting 60 million plus this time. The country is divided. The map, so far at least, looks pretty much the same. And if you look at all the exit polls we've had time to study now, it looks like the pandemic is the top issue for the Biden people, and reopening the economy is the top issue for Donald Trump's people. You have 2/3 of the people in this country saying that we are on the wrong track. The Biden people say the economy is going badly, and the Trump people say things are okay and they're going to get better. So we still have this split in this country. That has not changed over the last 4 years, even given everything that we've gone through. And now we have a president of the United States who is saying that the other party is trying to steal the election, as if counting the votes is some kind of abnormality in American politics, which of course it isn't. We don't know the results of elections on election night all the time.
By the way, Vice President Biden has just tweeted something saying, "It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election, it's the voters' place."
Well, what Trump was doing was saying that it was being stolen, which was even worse.
Before you go, I just want to say a couple things. I think a lot of Democrats are hurt tonight. I think there's a lot of hurt out there. There's a moral victory and there's a political victory. They're not the same thing. The political victory still may come, But I think for people who saw babies being snatched away from their mothers at the border, for people who are sending their kids into schools where the N-word is now being used against them, for people who've seen this wave of intolerance, they wanted a moral victory tonight. We wanted to see a repudiation of this direction for the country. And the fact that it's this close, I think, it hurts. It just hurts. I think people got their hopes up. Look at those polls. The political victory, I think, is still possible because you still have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Nebraska too. The political victory may yet come. But I think I have to be honest tonight that I think people who, there were people who were hoping for a big repudiation, and that has not yet come. And a lot of people are hurt and scared tonight in the Democratic Party.
Senator Santorum, would you rather be on the Biden team or would you rather be on the Trump team tonight?
Looking at the map right now, I like where Donald Trump is sitting. I look at Pennsylvania.
In the White House.
What's that?
You like that he's sitting in the White House?
And I think he'll be sitting there for the next 4 years. But again, we're not there yet. But I feel, looking at Pennsylvania, I feel very, very good about Pennsylvania and even Michigan. Less certain about Michigan, frankly, than I.
So when people say, well, a lot of the early votes aren't in Pennsylvania, you say what?
Yeah, I would say that unlike a lot of states, Pennsylvania's portion of the early vote isn't anywhere near what the other states are. This was the first year we've done early voting, and it's big. I mean, it's a couple million votes, but the early vote that is in, that David talked about, the 80%, it's from Philadelphia.
All right, guys, it's Biden's ahead, 215 to 171. I'm gonna cut this. We'll see how it goes. All right, I'll see you in the morning. You guys, thanks for watching. I'll see y'all later. Take care. Thank you so much. Love y'all. Bye-bye. Check out my friend Ron Placone. But watch my show first.